Okay, it should be live. Let's go ahead and get started here. I wanted to do a live stream because we are kind of behind in terms of the amount of content that I've put out due to me being sick late last month, or I guess the middle of last month, and it kind of put me back like 2 to 3 weeks in terms of content releases. So I'm trying to get caught up. So we're gonna do like a, I don't know, just talk with you guys about upcoming games and tech releases. There are a couple of hardware releases for those of you that are building PCs this summer, but most of it is going to be very high-end hardware. And when I say very high-end hardware, I'm talking Threadripper specifically, because Threadripper is getting a refresh with Zen 5, aka Threadripper 9000 and Threadripper 9000 Pro. So that is coming out next month, or at least availability will be in August. So for those of you on Threadripper systems, or you're thinking about getting a HEDT, aka high-end desktop, like a true high-end desktop, which we have talked about on this channel before. We also did feature a live stream PC build video back toward the end of 2023. So it's been about, what is that, a year and a half? At this point, a little more than a year and a half. It was like November of 2023 is when I built the Threadripper Zen 4 based system. So there will be a Threadripper 9000 series, which is coming out. And I don't know if I'm going to upgrade. I don't really see the need to upgrade to Zen 5 with Threadripper unless there are some significant improvements across the board with that platform. So anyone who already has a TRX 50 motherboard will be able to update the BIOS. In fact, the BIOS updates have gone out this week for the existing TRX 50 motherboards for support for Threadripper 9000. So that is something that is available now for those of you that are thinking about upgrading. But I think the majority of people that already have a Threadripper system are probably going to keep their existing setup, unless, like I said, there's significant improvements. But for those of you that are on an old Threadripper, like Threadripper 3000, for example, or even older, or maybe you're on Intel's old HEDT platform like Skylake X, which is very old at this point. That was from 2018, I believe, like late 2017, somewhere around there. If you're on those platforms, definitely that's like an 8-year-old, 7-8-year-old system at this point. So that is definitely at the end of the line in terms of support. So yeah, that will be something that we may look at in the summer. But that's pretty much it for hardware releases. There's probably going to be like another graphics card from AMD. I think Nvidia has released all of theirs. Oh, there is the RTX 5050, which is a hilarious name for a graphics card. But the 5050 and I think the 9060, those graphics cards are coming out sometime in the second half of this year. But I don't think a lot of the tech enthusiast crowd is going to be that interested in those GPUs. I think we've already covered the vast majority of GPUs for 2025. I was meaning to do a live stream yesterday or the day before to answer some questions about memory overclocking, because there have been significant BIOS updates recently on both AMD and Intel's platform for 4 sticks of memory support. So 4 sticks of DDR5 has traditionally been a challenge for a lot of people, but with the latest BIOS updates, 4 sticks of memory is now actually pretty obtainable with decent speeds. It still kind of depends on how much memory, and it's also going to be very, very specific to certain memory kits, which we'll probably talk about in a separate video in the future, but that is something that I did want to talk about. But yeah, like this, the last 3 weeks in particular have been back-to-back insane, crazy in terms of gaming releases. I mean, I'm looking at my calendar here. So 2 weeks ago would have been the eve of the Switch 2 launch. And then the week before that, so 3 weeks ago, would have been the eve of Elden Ring Night Reign, one of my most anticipated games of 2025. So basically, for the last 3 weeks straight, it has been nothing but bombardment of gaming releases, including tabletop gaming. For those of you that are into card games or things like D&D, there has been a massive release, a collaboration between Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy, which was such a big release that someone like me, who had been retired from trading card games for the greater part of half a decade now, at least, maybe even more years, even I was forced out of retirement. That shows you how insane that release was between Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy. It makes me wonder if this is gonna like make Konami want to do something similar on their end, because I think this is a huge success. I haven't kept up with Magic the Gathering for a long time, but the people that do play Magic the Gathering are kind of like in shock as to how expensive, how quickly the cards sold out, and how expensive the cards are. Like even singles, although buying single cards is probably the way to go, especially in the next 2 to 3 weeks, because as more cards get into circulation, the price will go down. So if you're someone who is thinking about getting some of the cards, regardless of whether you just want to collect the Final Fantasy cards because you're a fan of Final Fantasy, there's a ton of people out there that are actually doing that. Or if you're someone who actually wants to play Magic the Gathering casually, Commander format is something that I personally didn't even know about until I started getting back into the game for the Final Fantasy collaboration. And lo and behold, I was like, wait, Commander format is actually pretty fun for people who are not really good at the game, or people who just want to play casually, or just have a good time playing with more than just one other person. And I didn't even know that Magic the Gathering had this as a game mode. So I actually went and built my own Commander deck, which we'll probably look at here in a little bit. But yeah, I've been having a ton of fun with that game. It's been a long time, like I said, since I played a trading card game. I used to be really big into Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively, like way back in like the Dark Arm Dragon format. If anyone out there played Yu-Gi-Oh! And you guys remember when it was that era, but like right when Synchro Summoning came out, and like Stardust Dragon, Goyo Guardian, it was like the initial wave, Colossal Fighter, the initial wave of Synchros, and Dark Arm Dragon was at 3. And you had then you had the Teledad, so 2 Dark Arms, Krebons, Destiny, Hero, Disc Commander, D-Mog. That was like my competitive era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I kind of like quit Yu-Gi-Oh! And then went back to Yu-Gi-Oh! In what a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players consider the golden age of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which would have been like 2012, 2014 time frame, because that was when you could go to a locals and even a regional, and there were a lot of different decks that were viable in that era. It wasn't like the way competitive Yu-Gi-Oh! Is now, or has been for the past 10 years, where it's like only the top, there's like 2 different archetypes that are the top 2 decks in any given format, and that's kind of what drew me away from the game. But then I switched over to another card game that's lesser known in the West called Card Fight Vanguard, which actually had a pretty good anime series, which is actually, believe it or not, what drew me into the game. And then I kind of played that casually, semi-competitively for a while, and then I basically tried to go back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Couldn't get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it just felt too broken, and then I just quit trading card games altogether. And then at that point in time, Ryzen came out on the CPU side and the hardware side, and I got into computer hardware again, and eventually this channel kind of like got resurrected as a tech channel. And that's kind of the history of this YouTube channel for those of you that have been watching for the last like 2 years. We used to actually cover a lot of card games. In fact, we're probably going to do a little bit of a look at this deck that I put together here. Turn on this camera. Turn this light on. Oh, this is the Nintendo Switch 2. So like I was saying, guys, like the past 3 weeks has been pretty insane. Like we had Elden Ring Night Rain. I barely managed to complete that game right before the Switch 2 launch. And then we had Lies of P Overture. This past week, we had Stellar Blade on PC, which I still haven't showcased. And then last Friday, we had Magic the Gathering, Final Fantasy, as you guys can see here. So let me get the Switch 2 out of the way. So I actually, my style of getting into a card game, I like to build my own deck. If I was going to play casually, I like building my own deck, but also, like, it's really easy to get back into the game. So if you're someone who just wants to, like, if you're a fan of Final Fantasy and you used to play card games, you probably want to get at least one of these commander decks that I've got here, because these are pre-built decks, they're pre-constructed, ready to go. You can go play with friends, or you can go to, like, anywhere where, I think, like, GameStop, some of them have, like, I guess, places to play card games with others. So it's a way to, like, meet people with similar hobbies, if you guys are into that sort of thing. But I'm just saying, these pre-constructed decks are ready to go. They're very playable. They're also really easy to pick up and play for someone who has not played the game. But I'm the type of person who likes to build my own deck. So you guys, if you saw the last couple of videos on the channel, we were doing pack openings, and I basically built a deck, a fully functional commander deck, out of the cards that I pulled after opening a bunch of those packs. And this is pretty much what I came up with. So originally, I wanted to build a Final Fantasy 16 commander deck featuring either Clive or Jill or something, but those are kind of mono decks. So I kind of settled on my second choice, which was Lightning from Final Fantasy 13, because she has 3 elements, at least the FCA version, so the commander version, which is this card right here, has 3 different elements, or 3 different mana. She's fire, light, and dark. So pretty good choice to build a commander theme deck around her. So Lightning's the commander. And then I have Clive. So I did pull Clive in packs that I opened later on, which was not really recorded, so you're not going to see me open. I don't pull Clive in the unboxing video, but I did pull him later on. So Clive, you can build a Clive deck, but it's restricted to light, or it's restricted to dark and fire. And I've found, as someone who is not really that good at the game, because I haven't played this game in a long time, but I have found that 3 elements for commander seems to be ideal. Considering the fact that all 4 of these pre-constructed decks are 3 element based, or they all have commanders that are 3 different elements, or have 3 different elements, that signals to me that that's kind of the ideal way to build a deck. So I went and constructed it based off of Lightning, because she has 3 elements, whereas Clive only has 2 elements. And if you're playing the Finn format Clive, which is actually in this deck, that one only has 1 element. That one is strictly fire, so that one is actually even worse. But I found that these FCA cards tend to be the best choice if you're someone trying to build a commander deck and you want a theme character. Maybe it's your favorite character from Final Fantasy, from the entire series even. These are kind of the better choices, at least in my opinion, for commander decks, meaning an FCA variant of a particular character. So here's the FCA Vaughn, Aspiring Sky Pirate. So apparently Vaughn is fire element in this game. I'm not sure exactly why, but he's fire. And then we have Squall, which is light. Interestingly enough, he is just mono white. So a white element, or light element. And then Minwoo. Minwoo also is light element. So I've got him as well. Furion, the main character, or one of the major, I think, he's the main character for Final Fantasy 2. He's in here as well. I did pull him. I think that was actually captured on the unboxing. The Giant of Babel. This is a legendary artifact creature, so I'm using this for a defense. 7 defense, 7 toughness, 7 attack. It's kind of hard to summon though. 4 neutral, or 4 of anything. Hero of Light from Final Fantasy 3 is in here as well. Garnet, the Princess of Alexandrios from Final Fantasy 9. One of the most iconic characters from that game. I did pull the FCA variant of her. She is also mono light element. And then Kefka, the villain, the main antagonist from Final Fantasy 6, which is a very popular classic Final Fantasy, probably the most popular of the sprite-based Final Fantasies. And then here is Clive. So I did pull him because I kept saying in the unboxing, the pack opening video, it's like, oh, I want to pull a Clive, and I don't pull him in the box. I pulled him in another box that friends and I actually opened together off camera, and that's how I actually pulled this one. In fact, one of my friends actually pulled the Surge foil variant of Clive, and I was very salty about that because I wanted to build a deck featuring Clive for Final Fantasy 16. But I did manage to pull the common or the non-foil, and this is still a mythic rare, so kind of a hard card to get, man. But yeah, so I have Clive in here. The Albed Salvagers is the foil, one of my foil cards. Furion, the Finn format Furion, foil variant. Vincent Valentine as well is in here from Final Fantasy VII. Cloud, this is the Finn variant Cloud. I did pull him. Raubon from Final Fantasy XIV. This is the foil variant. This is a Finn card. I don't think there's an FCA version of Raubon. And then Gilgamesh. I pulled a ton of Gilgamesh, including this Finn variant with no borders. So I'm running Gilgamesh in here. Locke is in here as well from Final Fantasy VI. Reno and Rude from Final Fantasy VII. And then Vanna. And she can transform into Hydaelyn, which is an interesting theme. So what they've got going here is these cards actually are double-sided. This is a double-sided foil. So Vanna, if you guys remember, if anyone who's played Final Fantasy XIV, you guys know that Endwalker, you resolve that entire story arc in Endwalker featuring Vanna and Zodiark, or I guess Hydaelyn and Zodiark. So there is Hydaelyn. Oh, Clive is also a dual card, for those wondering. So Clive, Ifrit's dominant, he can also transform into a summon. He can transform into Ifrit. So that is really cool. So, I mean, to me, this is a natural fit for me because I have been a long time fan of the Final Fantasy series. Not so much into Magic the Gathering, but this is proof that a collaboration, like the brand, the power of a brand can get people to buy your product. So I'm not someone who has historically played Magic the Gathering. I did have a couple of Magic the Gathering cards from like when I was like a kid, way back in the day. That one of my friends, like thinking like in middle school, gave me like some random cards, like Infernal, Flame Spirit or something. It's like some random cards. I did not know how to play the game though. I've only ever played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Cardfight Vanguard. I never played Pokemon. I did play Digimon, the remake of that card game a couple of years back. I tried it out, but that game quickly became too broken with power creep. Way uncontrolled power creep. But never really was into Magic the Gathering. But I've been a huge fan of Final Fantasy, and I was like, when I heard earlier this year, this was probably like 4 months ago, or the start of this year, that there was going to be a collaboration between Magic the Gathering and Final Fantasy, I was like, oh no, I'm going to have to get out of retirement when it comes to TCGs, and at the very least, try Magic the Gathering in the summer, which is exactly what's happening to me now. So, overall, this game is fun. Commander format was a shock to me. I did not know that there was a thing called Commander format, but oh boy, is it hilarious when you play with 3 other people. I highly recommend Commander format. The nice thing about Commander format is if you're someone like me who literally just bought like all the Commander decks and a booster box and a couple of collector boosters on launch day when everything was at MSRP, it's really easy to get into Commander format because you're not like Commander format basically means you can only have one copy of every card in your deck. You're not allowed to stack your deck with like 4 copies of like your main Gambit card or four broken copies of whatever top tier card. You can't do that. That is standard format. So that is more of like the competitive scene for Magic the Gathering. And Commander format is definitely for people like me and the Final Fantasy fans who don't know how to play Magic the Gathering that well, but still want to experience playing the game with friends and have a blast. So definitely recommend Commander format for that reason. Queen Braun, Garnet's mother from Final Fantasy IX, is also in here. This is the foil variant of her. Xenos Yaigalvis from Final Fantasy XIV. So Xenos can transform. I like how they've got these transformations. He turns into the man himself, Hildebrand Manderville, the Manderville man. This is like a true He-Man. And I like how Nashi was in the back. I just now noticed that she was actually there in the background. So Hildebrand, and he does exactly what he does in the game. If he dies and gets removed from the field, he comes back as a zombie token, which is hilarious. So the people who made these cards, I can tell that they did their homework on the franchise. They literally studied every single game in the series. We've got Cecil. He turns into, that's Dark Knight Cecil. He turns into the Paladin form as well. So I got him. We got Zell from Final Fantasy VIII. Zack from Final Fantasy VII. That's the foil variant. Arden, the Usurper. He is the primary villain of Final Fantasy 15. So he's in here as well. Joshua, Clive's younger brother. So Phoenix is dominant, and he can transform into Phoenix on the back. And then those are my legendary creatures. So those are my legendary creatures. This is kind of like an informal deck profile for those of you that are tuning into the stream and kind of like wondering like what exactly is going on here. Yeah, I'm just kind of going over the deck that I built just from opening a bunch of random packs. So none of the cards in here are from the pre-constructed commander decks. I have all 4 of the commander decks in their boxes. I have not modified them in any way. They're basically just stock out of the box. So all the cards that I've used to build this commander deck, this 100 card deck, is strictly just a bunch of cards that I pulled. So it proves that you can totally get into the game, either just buy like a booster box or just buy a pre-constructed commander deck and you're good to go. So the Imperial City of Arcades, this is a creature wall. So just like this is like a giant soldier of stone for those of you that used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Weapons vendor, the foil variant. These are my this is a creature. It's still a creature. Malboro, so the classic Bad Breath. A coral, just because it's a hollow. Dark Confident, features an Asian human wizard. This, I've been told this is actually a pretty good card. This is a mythic rare, I was like, okay, this is actually a pretty good card, apparently. And then Hilgigus, which I'm thinking of taking out for something else, but because it's expensive, it's like 6 cost. It's like 4 and then like 2 flame or 2 red. And it's okay. It has trample and haste, but it's hard to get it to the field, and I'd rather run like, I don't know, some other more iconic Final Fantasy character. And then I've got 3 summons that I chose to put in here based on what I pulled. Valigarmanda from Final Fantasy VI. A lot of people who never played Final Fantasy VI, when they saw this card, they kept thinking, oh, this is Valigarmanda from Dawn Trail, Final Fantasy XIV. Well, actually, that Valigarmanda is based off of the original from Final Fantasy VI. So this is actually Final Fantasy VI Esper. So it says Esper Valigarmanda. So that's one of them. And then I also have Odin in here from Final Fantasy. Apparently they put Final Fantasy XIV Odin, which I find very interesting that they like. I kind of wonder what went through their minds when they were like just trying to decide which Final Fantasy, from which numbered series should they put the summon in. So the Odin, the Odin that I have here is based off of Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know if there's another Odin that's based off of a different Final Fantasy. But anyway, I put Valigarmanda and Odin. And then my third summon that I decided to include is Cerberus, the iconic Cerberus from Final Fantasy VIII, to double and triple your party. So those are the 3 that I put. But man, I've been having a blast with Commander format. It is so fun. It is so fun, guys. Hey, Francisco, what's going on? We're just kind of going over this random deck that I put together for MTG based off of cards that I pulled for the latest set. The Final Fantasy collaboration actually got me to get back into Magic the Gathering, even though I have been retired from card games for a very long time at this point. But I had to come back because of this. I was like, wait, what? What? MTG plus Final Fantasy? Sign me up immediately. So here we have Theorem of the Vestige. This is like the Falsey from Final Fantasy 13. This is like an instant. Okay, so now we're looking at the spell cards. So these are all like the creatures and the summons and the legendary creatures. So these are kind of like the main chunk of the deck. Like this is all the like monster cards if you're familiar with the Yu-Gi-Oh terminology. So that's what all of these are. And then Lightning is the commander of the deck. So for the instance, so these are like quick play, if you're familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh terminology. So these are like quick plays. You can actually activate these. You can cast these on your own turn, and you can also cast them on your opponent's turn, provided you actually have the mana available to pay the cost during the opponent's turn. So, Thorum of the Vistage, Sephiroth's Intervention. This is a foil card. Basically, this is one of those like Fissure or Raigeki type cards. You just blow up something on the field that is a problem. Just get rid of it. Use Sephiroth. How much do these cost? So the box, the booster box, which included 30 packs, was $190. Currently, right now, everything is way overpriced. So if you start looking up these products online, you're gonna find like vastly inflated prices because all the retailers that had these a week ago sold out of them like over last weekend. I got all of my cards from Micro Center, and Micro Center is pretty much sold out. And I think Micro Center was the last place to sell out of them because most people that were looking for the cards didn't know that Micro Center actually sold the cards. I myself didn't know that Micro Center had Magic the Gathering cards. Like, I was shocked because actually, if it wasn't for Micro Center, I probably would have just never gotten the cards because there was no way for me to buy them last week. But I was like, wait, Micro Center has these? And they literally had like everything. They had collector boosters. They had all the commander decks that you see here. They had the booster box. They even had the collector booster box. Now, I wasn't able to get a collector booster box because I went into the store after, like, I was there around like lunchtime on a Friday, and they told me that the collector boosters sold out, like the booster boxes. Micro Center was selling the collector booster for $455. So those were 12 packs in a box of the collector variant, which apparently that's the one that's like mostly all foil cards, and you're more likely to pull a surge foil. And then flip it on eBay for like $200 or whatever. So, you know, or like at least 100 something for one card. So that's the reason why those sold out, and they were super expensive. But if you look up the price of a collector booster box right now, I think they're going for like $700, $800 or something. Micro Center had them for $455 last Friday. And they told me that they had like 30, 40 people in line outside, and I was like, are you serious? That sounds like a GPU launch. And they're like, yeah, no, there was like 35 people that were lined up outside on last Friday morning at Micro Center, like just like a GTX or like an RTX launch. It was ridiculous. And they only had like 12. I think he said they had like almost a dozen of those collector boxes that were like $455. And the first 10 or so people in line, it was limited one per customer, they instantly sold out. Like the first people in the line all bought those out. So it's like even some of the people at the back of the line, as soon as they told them that they sold out of the collector booster box, some of the people at the back just left. They didn't even bother to buy anything else. So I guess they weren't interested in, you know, the commander decks or whatever. But I'm someone who's just playing the game casually. So I just wanted like the pre-constructed decks, so I got all 4 of them just to have them. And then I bought the booster box, which I unboxed on the channel, so I showed you guys what I pulled from random packs. And this is the deck that I'm showing now is based off of just whatever I pulled, and it's totally playable. Like, the thing about Commander format is you can show up and play with like 3 other people, maybe even more people, and you can have a great time with a casual deck, and you could still end up winning because it's like playing Monopoly. And I didn't know that you could play Magic the Gathering like you're playing Monopoly. You can literally negotiate with people. You can form alliances. You can like gang up on somebody and just like gank them into oblivion. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I didn't even know that Magic the Gathering could be played like that. So anyone with like a random deck like me, like just random cards, I've already won like 3 games out of like maybe 7. I've won like 3 in like a 4-player free-for-all. And that's just me with random cards. So I totally recommend it. I mean, now I have experience playing card games, but even if someone doesn't, you know, like, and they're a fan of Final Fantasy, I think it's very approachable. Alright, so for the rest of my instance, I've got Memories of Nibelheim. So the iconic picture here from Nibelheim. Fate of the Sun, Chris. This is a foil. So this is another, like, blow something up that I don't want it to see. I don't want to deal with the opponent's card anymore, so just get it off the field. This is basically Raigeki or Dark Hole. Or it's more like Fissure or Hammer Shot or Tribute to the Doomed or Dark Core or Raigeki Break. Your family hates you when you play Monopoly. Well, then you're probably someone who would do pretty good at Magic the Gathering Commander format. Because if you're someone who knows how to, like, manipulate people by negotiating, well, quote-unquote, negotiations, yeah, you could probably do pretty good in this game. That's all I'll say. So, Mughals Valor is another instant card I put in here. Baron Rivalry full art on this one. Cloud's Limit Break. Battle at the Big Bridge. So this is the iconic, like, Gilgamesh fighting Bards and the Final Fantasy V crew in Final Fantasy V there. Transpose. This is Final Fantasy XIV. This is like an ability that the Black Mage can do in Final Fantasy XIV. They actually turned it into a card. Dawn Warrior's Legacy. Final Fantasy V. The iconic. Evil Reawakened. Speaking of Final Fantasy V, it's X-Death. X-Death, the villain of Final Fantasy V, is literally Monster Reborn from Yu-Gi-Oh! In Magic the Gathering. So I was like, wait, what? X-Death is Monster Reborn? Okay, that's cool. Any actual gold or metal cards? So there are cards called Surge Foil, which are the rarest cards. I don't know the exact, like, I don't know if you're familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh, but from Yu-Gi-Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh has a rarity called Secret Rare. I want to say Surge Foil in MTG is the equivalent. Out of all the packs I opened, I only pulled one Surge Foil, which you guys will see on tomorrow's video on the channel, because tomorrow, you know, I've already done the pack openings, but tomorrow I'll have uploaded the collector boosters opening. So those are the ones that'll have a lot of foil cards in them. I don't know about metal rarity. I'm not sure about that. If you're talking about like ultimate rare from Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think I didn't see any. So I'll say this, like, I don't know, maybe there's a rarity. I didn't pull anything like that out of all the packs that I opened. I pulled one Surge Foil. I pulled a couple of, like, these full arts, these borderless cards like this. And then I pulled, like, foil cards that don't have the border around them. So, like, for example, this one. This one's a foil card, but you can see the white out. It's got, like, the bezels, we'll call them. It's got bezels on the side. And then you've got ones like this one, which does not have any bezels. So apparently this is like a different variant. So there's a version of Cloud's Limit Break with the bezel. And then there's one like this one with no bezel. So this is like a higher rarity. And then there's the foil. And then there's like a foil variant of the non-bezel. So the thing about this game, I realized as I was opening the packs, is there are so many different variants of the exact same card. So there's, you know, there's like a bezel variant common. Then there's a foil variant. Then there's a bezel-less variant. And then there's a foil variant of this. And then there's also like full art, no border on the card at all, which is like another rarity. And then there's like a foil variant of this. And there's like a Surge Foil variant on top of that. So there's probably like 3 or 4 different rarities. But not every card has the exact same, like, variations, if that makes sense. So some of them will have a common, some of them have a foil. I think all of them can come in foil. But some of them have, like, borderless or bordered. And then others literally have alternate artworks. So there could be, like, for example, Lightning. Because Lightning is a very famous character. Like, this is one variant of her. There's another variant that I never pulled called Lightning Army of One, which is the more sought-after card, because that one is the one that can be played in standard format. This cannot be played in standard format. Standard format is more of, like, competitive Magic the Gathering. This is basically the Commander variant. But you can play the other Lightning that I don't have in both formats. And then there's also like an alternate art version of Lightning Army of One. And there's like a Surge foil variant of that alternate art. So it can get pretty crazy with the different artworks, the different foil variants, and you know, just how rare some of those cards can get. And that's I think that is where the resale value for people that are into like trading cards online or just selling cards as kind of like a side income or whatever, you know, like a side gig. That's where a lot of that comes into play. Now, I'm not an expert on that because I'm not an expert on Magic the Gathering as someone who hasn't really played the game in depth. But anyway, that's my understanding of it at least. Triple Triad, this is another enchantment. So these are my enchantments. So all of these cards that you guys see here, these are the instant. So these are like quick play. If we're saying Yu-Gi-Oh terminology, these are all my quick plays. So I can play these on my opponent's turn as well as my own turn, provided I can pay the cost. And then for my enchantments are like regular spell cards that you can cast during your turn. So I've got Triple Triad, the iconic card game. Speaking of card games, a card game within Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy XIV. So Triple Triad, the card, it's a card about a card game in Final Fantasy. That is what this card is. And then Eye of Nidhogg. So the iconic Eye of Nidhogg from Final Fantasy XIV. That's a borderless variant. And then the Dark Crystal. This is one of my, this is like what I call a utility card. This is a legendary artifact. So those two are my enchantments. This is an artifact. And then I've got some equip cards here. Equip cards in Magic the Gathering are actually a lot better than equip cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! In the sense that, like in Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you equipped a monster with an equip card to buff its stats or give it some special abilities, if the monster dies and leaves the field, the equip card goes to the graveyard with it. In Magic the Gathering, when the monster dies, the equip card doesn't leave the field. It just goes, it just becomes unequipped, and you can equip it to another monster provided you can pay the resource, the mana cost to equip it to something. So that is actually pretty cool. So I actually kind of like that about this game. Machinist's Arsenal is another equip card. So these are my equip cards. So I got the Warrior's Sword, the Machinist's Arsenal, Wrecking Ball Arm. That's Barrett's, one of his weapons from Final Fantasy VII. Red Mage's Rapier, Ninja's Blades, the Masamune. So Sephiroth's Sword is one of my equip cards that I chose. It's a foil variant. And those are all of my equip cards. So I'm running 6 equip cards. My all-time favorite game of 2025 as of today. That definitely Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I think that game's probably going to be Game of the Year. But yeah, that's definitely my favorite game so far this year. That's not the game that I put the most hours into. Like, if you're asking, like, what's the game that I've played the most this year? That would be Monster Hunter Wilds. I have over 200 hours in Monster Hunter Wilds. But I don't think Monster Hunter Wilds is the best game that I've played this year. I would probably say Expedition 33. Night Rain was pretty good. Mario Kart World is also pretty good, but Mario Kart World, because it's a kart racer, I'm not like a huge fan of arcade racing games. So yeah, I'd probably say Expedition 33, and then the second best would probably either be Monster Hunter Wilds or probably Monster Hunter Wilds is my second favorite game that I've played this year. And then if I had to say third, it would probably be Night Rain. I'm trying to think. There were some other games that I played earlier in the year, like back in January. Ninja Gaiden 2 Black was really good, but that's basically a UE5 port of like an old game from 2008 or 2009. So it's like it's hard to count that one. Yeah, Expedition 33, it's a very unique game. There isn't really anything that I can think of except maybe Lost Odyssey, which was on the Xbox 360 a long time ago. I mean, that's like the only game that I can think of that is kind of like Expedition 33 in similar gameplay. But it's a very unique game. I mean, it's, yeah, if you haven't played, I definitely recommend it. All right, for artifacts, I've got the Luca Stadium from Final Fantasy X. So that's where they played Blitzball. Instant Ramen. Yes, Instant Ramen is an actual artifact card, and it's classified as food. So this is from Final Fantasy 15, because Final Fantasy 15 was all about cooking. Blitzball and, like, Road Trip. Blitzball. You gotta have Blitzball. Alright, and then those are my artifacts. So only 3 artifacts, 2 enchantments. I think I had like 5 sorceries and 6 equip cards. So those are like the spells and artifacts in the deck. Now we're moving on. The rest of the deck is basically just a bunch of land, also known as mana. So this is basically your, if you're familiar with Pokemon, this would be like your energy cards from Pokemon, like fire, lightning, thunder, water, you know, the nature, like the different elements. So these are the lands. So I've got some special ones, and then I've got like regular ones, or basic lands. So I've got Midgar, City of Mako. So this is the major city that you spend almost the entire game. Final Fantasy VII Remake. That's the setting of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So that one. Vector Imperial Capital from Final Fantasy VI. So that was the capital in 6. So I like how some of these, I did not even know there was such a card that has dual function. So this can either be used as a black or a red land resource or mana resource. So Vector. And then Ishgard, the Holy See. So this is Foundation. This is basically the capital city of the Ishgardians in Final Fantasy XIV. Insomnia, the Crown City. So this is the major city that you don't really get to even be in, to my knowledge, in Final Fantasy 15. Which is why I've always thought Final Fantasy 15 was a very strange game. Because you never even... So unless you watched the 3D animated movie, as well as the OVA anime series, like a mini series, this content released before the game actually was available. If you never watched that content, you would have never really seen the Crown City, other than like trailer footage of the game or teaser trailers, because it wasn't really a place that you got to visit in the game, which I always found rather disappointing. Like, you could never actually go to Insomnia, even though it was like a very iconic place in a lot of the teaser trailers leading up to the game. So Insomnia's in here. And then Lindblom from Final Fantasy IX, the Industrial Regency. So these are my 5 different, like, special mana cards, we'll call them. Like, ones that have, like, you can't just use them as a basic resource. There's, like, a caveat. There's a specific way to play them. They can either be substitute, or they can be utilized to do something. Like, they have something called a sorcery adventure that you can activate. So those are the special lands. And then I've got my regular lands. Some of them are foil from the packs. Some of them are not. So I've got 4 of this basic land. There's a red mountain. 4. And the max copy of any card is 4 in standard. But in commander format, only the mana cards are allowed to have up to 4 copies per deck. Every other card in the deck, all the creatures, all the spells, all the equipment, artifacts, enchantments, etc., sorceries, all of those are only, they're all restricted to 1 card, 1 of that specific card per deck. So that's commander format. But that doesn't apply to lands. So we've got 4 of that mountain, 4 of this mountain, 4 of this mountain. So reds are apparently mountains. So I'm running 12 red basic lands, in addition to these 2 that can also be used as red. And then I've got 4 of these plains, white or light plains, 4 more light plains, and then 4 more. So we're running 12 red, 12 white, and 12 black, or not 12 black. I got 11 black because I have slightly less of the black element requirement. So I'm running 3 of this one and 4 of the other 2. So I'm running a total of, if you do the math, that's what, 4, 8, plus 11. Or no, that's not true. 12, 24, 35, plus 5. So I'm running 40 lands. And I'm the type of person, a lot of people say, oh, you can run like 35 to 40 lands, sometimes more, depending on the deck. If someone tells me you should run between 35 to 40 of the mana resource, I always go for the max number. I'm the type of person who always wants consistency. I don't want to run into resource issues that prevents me from doing my plays. So if someone says, okay, the average is like 35 on the low side, 40 on the high side, I always go the high side, so I'm always going 40. So I immediately built the deck with 40 land, and I have not had any resource issues at all using 40 land. Now, I looked it up, and people say that some commander builds, if they're trying to go for more competitive ratios with higher cost creature summons, they do up to like 42 lands. So I might actually bump the lands up to 42. I might take out some artifacts that I don't think are necessary, or I might drop like one of the creatures instead of the legendary creatures or whatever. So I might tune the deck a little bit more over time. But that's kind of a look at what I was able to put together with the random packs that I opened last weekend, just to get back into the game, just because I'm a huge fan of Final Fantasy. So that is what I came up with, guys. I highly recommend the game. It's kind of hard to get into it right now because there's a bunch of scalpers. But I would say give it like 2 weeks. And I think the price of single cards will fall dramatically. So it'll be a lot more affordable for the average person. And you don't have to pay scalper prices at that point. And then maybe there'll be restocks for the commander decks. But I mean, that's pretty much what I would do. Is like buy a commander deck if I just wanted to play on the cheap. Otherwise, it can be a pretty expensive hobby. Potentially even as expensive as like building computers. I don't know if it could be that expensive. Like, it's not like collecting the Magic the Gathering cards, at least casually, isn't going to be anything like trying to build a Threadripper computer. But it can rival building like a Ryzen 9 gaming desktop or something along those lines. So just to give people an idea. But yeah. Oh, NVIDIA released a new driver yesterday. I haven't updated. I think I'm on, for NVIDIA, I'm on the driver from early May. So mine's like a month old. I'm not even on whatever the last one was. So I may have to look into that. The thing that has released recently is BIOS updates. Like we were saying at the very beginning of the stream, if you haven't updated your BIOS, you're probably going to want to do that. There are a lot of like massive improvements to both AMD builds and Intel systems with memory compatibility with the latest BIOS updates. And one of the things that has improved dramatically is 4 DIMM support on AM5 motherboards, especially the X870 and X870E. Those ones in particular train DDR5 with 4 sticks of RAM significantly faster than they ever have. So I may do a video showing you guys just how fast the new BIOS trains 4 sticks of memory, because it's fast. It's almost like DDR4 fast. That's how fast it is. From a purely cleared CMOS, it is fast. So the days of long memory training times are starting to get behind us now, which is great news. You did the MSI BIOS update? Was able to boot fast training. Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Glad to hear that at least somebody tried it out, because this is something, I'll be honest, like the DDR5 memory training stuff is something that I don't know why it took so long for them to figure this out. Like, this is something that I have been saying. There's really no reason why the DDR5 memory training should have not been improved in the past year and a half, or maybe even 2 years at this point. Because it was really bad when Zen 4 launched, and then it got a little bit better. Well, it actually got a lot better in the first month or two. Then it kind of regressed because they had to kind of like roll back some of those changes because of the newer memory sticks. Like when 24 gigabyte and 48 gigabyte DIMMs started coming out to the market, AMD and Intel had to roll back some of the microcode changes so that they could maintain compatibility. So the long memory training times returned. And for those on Intel, like Intel's interesting. You don't hear people talk about it that much because very few people ever dared to try to run 4 sticks of memory on Intel. And 4 sticks of memory on Intel was just as bad as 4 sticks of memory on AMD. It's just no one was running 4 sticks of memory unless they were building like a mini workstation. And the people who did that were running their RAM at like 3600. DDR5 3600 on Intel. You know who was doing this? I'll give you guys an example. Linus Media Group. His team was running... They were running a mix. Some of them were on Threadripper 3000, and others were on the 13900K. So they had a mix of Intel 13900Ks and AMD Threadripper like 3960X. So it's like old DDR4 Threadripper. But the Intel platform, they were running DDR5 with the 1300K, 4 sticks of RAM, because these guys are running 128 gigs of RAM. And they were running their RAM at like 3600. So it will work, but it's not going to go fast. And this is something that we already kind of knew with the content that I've done with the AMD platform for the last 2 years. But now we are seeing the Agisa code, the firmware updates, the BIOS updates in general are now finally, after like 2 years, they're finally fixing the memory training stuff for AMD. Now, I have not tested the 13900K with 4 sticks of RAM in a long time. For me, it didn't work. Like, I could only run it at like... I think I got Intel to run at 4800 with 128 gigs of RAM, but I couldn't get it to go any faster than 4800. So... And that was with tuning. Otherwise, most people were looking at 3600 on a 13 or 14 900K. Now, maybe the 14900K could do a little bit better, but fundamentally, it's still Raptor Lake, so it's still basically the 13th generation. But with AMD, though, like, I don't know, man. AMD has done a lot of, like, long-term... Like, they're in it for the long haul because the socket hasn't really changed. And they've managed to get the memory training time with 4 sticks down significantly in this latest BIOS update. Now it is basically the same as Arrow Lake with CUDIM. And Arrow Lake is fast because only if you're using CUDIM. Arrow Lake with CUDIM, the CUDIMs, with the clock redrivers, is much faster than traditional UDIM DDR5. We looked at this in a video, I think it was in April. So if you guys haven't seen the showcase for 4 sticks of CUDIM on Intel's Core Ultra 9, you guys need to check that video out that I did, because that kind of shows you what memory training times look like on Intel's latest platform. And they are very fast. Now, they're basically faster than all of Intel's older platforms when it comes to DDR5. However, the caveat is you must be using CUDIM to reap the benefit of the fast memory training times on Intel. Otherwise, I think it's basically the same as AMD with the regular UDIM. But with the latest BIOS update, the AM5 motherboards with 4 sticks are so much faster now. It's insane. So I may do like a video in the future here showcasing like how fast does like DDR5 train with the latest AMD BIOS, because I think that is something worth looking into. So the video of the link. These sticks and the godlike build on Patreon. All right, yeah, I'll check it out. Are you using the G-Skill sticks, or are you using the Corsair? Someone was asking me there was someone asking me on Patreon about Corsair versus Team Group. Yeah, you're using G-Skill. Yeah, I'm using... All my RAM is basically G-Skill. Like, someone was asking me about Corsair versus Team Group, and I didn't really know how to answer them because I don't have either brand. So I was like, I don't want to tell them just get G-Skill because I know G-Skill works because I've used it myself. Because they're asking specifically about Corsair and Team Group. Personally, I think both are fine. Like, I know someone who is running Team Group, but it's DDR4 Team Group, not DDR5, with a 5800X 3D. So Corsair is definitely fine because Corsair's been around for a long time. So I kind of trust Corsair. Team Group is the one that I have like very, very little experience with, but I think Team Group is fine. Like, I don't really think there's anything wrong with them. As long as you're getting like an SK Hynix kit. Because at the end of the day, they're all pretty much using the same bin to memory. Now, I've heard some people tell me that they don't like G-Skill because G-Skill doesn't always include the thermal pad on the PMIC. The G-Skill's comment regarding that was that the PMIC is spec'd to be able to handle temperatures higher than like 70 degrees Celsius, so they don't see a reason to include it, but they did start including it, I think, on their Royal series. They just don't have it on most of their memory kits. But I don't think that the PMIC is because that's basically the voltage regulator, so that isn't even that's not going to be the bottleneck. As long as the memory chips have thermal pads, that's what actually matters. And G-Skill does a good job there. The reason why I still like G-Skill, though, is because G-Skill runs at lower voltages than everyone else, on average. Like if one memory kit is doing 1.45 volts, G-Skill's doing 1.4 volts for the same memory bin. And if someone else is doing 1.4 volts, G-Skill's doing 1.35 volts. So that's the reason why I like G-Skill, because it's like, okay, who cares if they don't have a thermal pad on the PMIC? If they're running 1.35 volts, it's literally irrelevant because you can run memory without any heat spreader at 1.35 volts and it'll be fine. Unless you're doing stuff with TREFI, then there's a problem. Wow, 12 terabyte total T705. Yeah, that's fast. That sounds fast. Out of all the computer parts that I have, the bottleneck for me is starting to become storage. I'm starting to run out of storage space. I really need to go through and move a bunch of my YouTube video, my edited footage from SSD storage to hard drive storage. I haven't got around to doing that. I really need to clean up space on the actual SSD because I'm running out of space. Like, I'm just looking at my SSD right now. So my Crucial, yeah, I'm down to 417 gigabytes of free space on the 2 terabyte. And then on my other one, I'm down to 507. So I've still got some room, but I am running out of space. Eventually I'll run out of space if I don't do anything. So I gotta like I gotta do inventory management. Yeah, I'd like to have more like Gen 5 SSDs. It's just I don't know, like eventually I'll have more SSDs than the Godlight can fit, and then I'll be like, well, I need to move some of these older 2 terabyte drives to one of my other machines. All right, let me pull it up.
tweaking.
How'd you get the lights to do that? Which software are you using? MSI's Mystic Lighting to do the light, because you got the light effect going around. You know what I mean, like the white light going around the case, like on all the case fans. Also, what liquid cooler is that? What liquid cooler are you using with the, or do you say in the video? What are those Lian Li? Yeah, those are Lian Li. Yeah, see, man. Okay, I'll admit I have not messed with the RGB on the G Skill RAM. That light effect on the G Skill is sick. I like that. I have not bothered to mess with the RAM lights. Well, you got the wheel. Is that like what? Okay, that's a nice setup. You got the race chair too? Wow. Flight simulator. Oh, wow. That's nice. See, my problem is I don't have enough space, man. My room, my man cave is this, like, you can see it behind me. I literally, like, the closet door is literally right here. It's literally to the right of me. And then it's like, I've got, like, all this junk behind me. I got like GPU boxes and stuff behind me. It's like I'd have to clear all that stuff out if I was gonna build something like that. That's nice. Hey Ant-Man, you can build a second PC for $600 with spare 32GB DDR4. You can build a second PC, but what would you do with that? Because I feel like the 1070 would be so limiting. The 1070, first of all, it's 8GB. Second of all, so I mean, if you're gaming at like 1080p with like older games, it's probably still okay. But the 1070 in 2025 is kind of a DOA, if you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what you're gonna do with a 1070 unless you're only playing like Counter-Strike or some games from like 7 years ago or something at like 1080p resolution. Most modern games with a 1070, you're only going to be running at like low to medium settings at 1080p. You play retro games? Okay, then it's probably not a problem. I'm just like, I heard 1070, I was like, oh man, 9 years ago. That card was new 9 years ago. It's way beyond retirement. Let's just put it that way. A 9-year-old graphics card. See, some people, I don't want them to misunderstand what I'm saying. Like, if someone bought a graphic, like let's say someone bought a 1070 used like 5 years ago, or maybe like 3 years ago, and when they hear me say 9 years old, they think, no, it's not. It's only like 3 year old. It's depending on when the card launched. It's not about when someone bought the card. It's when the card actually was first to market. The 1070 launched in June of 2016. June of 2016. That is old. That is old. That is beyond ancient at this point. So 10 series... 1080 Ti came later. 1080 Ti was March 2017. The 1080 Ti is the same age as the original Zen 1, meaning the 1080 Ti and Ryzen, first gen Ryzen, are the exact same age. They launched together. So the 1080 Ti is 8 years old. No, it's 7 years old. Wait. No, it's 8 years old. Yeah, 2017, 8 years old. It's a little more than 8 years old now, because it was March 2017. What would be a good CPU to pair it with it? For retro games, whatever old CPU you have. Like, I would say, like, any Zen 2, like Ryzen 3000. Ideally, you've got DDR4. So any Zen 2 or Zen 3, Ryzen 3000, Ryzen 5000. Ideally, I would tell you 5700X 3D, 5800X 3D. Those are going to be the best choices if you have access to those X3D CPUs that are DDR4 based. Otherwise, any old Intel, like, 10th gen Intel, 9th gen Intel, even a 8700K, those would be okay. They won't be as good as the 5700X 3D, but they'll be okay for that GPU for retro games. I mean, so are you having to buy a motherboard? Because it sounds like... Okay, so you only have RAM, an SSD, and a 1070. That's all you've got. Well, if that's all you've got, then probably... Hold on, now I'm wondering, like, is Strix Halo faster than a 1070? Because that, to me, that means, like, integrated graphics is better than a 1070. Hold on, now I gotta look that up. Strix Halo is as fast as a 4060. So let me see. RTX 4060 is definitely faster than a 1070. Wait, what? So an integrated AMD in a laptop is 60% faster than a 1070. Yeah. Dude, integrated graphics is better than the 1070 in 2025. Just saying. That's why I'm saying like a 1070 is beyond retirement. But yeah, for retro games, it's whatever. Whatever CPU you can get for cheap. Although I don't really like to recommend someone just go like the cheapest of the cheap. But if you want to leverage DDR4, personally, I would tell you get a 5700X 3D. If you have to buy a motherboard, man, I don't know. Like, I personally think you should get... Well, okay, you can't get Intel's Arrow Lake because that's DDR5 exclusive. You can't get AM5 because that's also DDR5 exclusive. So that means you're kind of stuck to, like, X3D. Like, see, that's why I keep coming back to the 5700X 3D. Since you have DDR4 RAM, I would say Zen 3 X3D. If you have to buy a CPU, that's what I would tell you to get. Just because you want to keep the DDR4. If you live near a micro center, though, what I would tell you is, like, if you're saying $600, you've got $600. Personally, I would go to micro center and buy a bundle. I would say to go get a bundle. Because the bundle will give you free 32 gigs of DDR5 6000. So, but that's only if you live near a micro center. So it's like, for people who don't live near micro center, they're probably going to get like X3D and like a cheap motherboard. For anyone who lives near a micro center, if the budget is $600, I would go buy a bundle at micro center. And just, who cares about the DDR4? Like, you know, I've already played a bunch of games where DDR5 makes a big difference. All of the RE Engine games that have large open worlds, DDR5 is way better than DDR4. So it makes a huge difference. Because you have more memory bandwidth. Because some of those games are memory bandwidth bound. But you're playing retro games, so I guess that doesn't even really matter at this point. So, yeah, just... If you can get X3D with a cheap motherboard, that's probably the best choice, long term. Otherwise, because, okay, if you get that CPU, you're literally going to be GPU bottlenecked all the time. You're never going to be CPU bottlenecked for that platform. For retro games. So you're always going to be GPU bound with a 1070. If you get a different platform, like let's say you get like a used... Not like an i9 9900K, there could be scenarios, depending on what sort of CPU bound game you play, where you actually are more CPU bottlenecked than you are GPU bound. But it's really just going to come down to the game. You have 3 micro centers near you? Dude. Wow. Smartphones have more technology than the Apollo. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I like that 3-5-7 year number that I use for evaluating hardware. Like once a CPU or GPU is 3 years old, you can't say it's the latest and greatest anymore. Once it's 5 years old, it's old, and then once it's 7 years old, it's ancient. Like you need to upgrade. Like there's no support. Like the socket's not supported at 7 years. It's end of life. You know, the GPU might still be getting drivers, but it's definitely not drivers to improve performance. It's just drivers for security fixes and random extended maintenance fixes. There's like no performance uplifts after 7 years. So, like we've seen this with NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I looked it up today. Incidentally, I looked up NVIDIA's drivers support. So, right now, NVIDIA still supports the GTX 900 series Maxwell graphics cards. They also still support the GTX 10 series, the Pascal graphics cards. So like a 1070, a GTX 1070 still gets driver support. But that's going to change probably in the next 2 years, if I had to guess. Because I'm pretty sure NVIDIA is going to drop Maxwell within 3 years. At most, they'll support it for 3 more years. I don't see a reason for them to support it beyond the next 2 years, though. Because at that point... So first of all, Maxwell came out in 2014. So Maxwell is literally 11... It's going to be 11 years old in August. Because I think August was when the GTX 970, 980, when those cards came out. The 980 Ti was 2015. So that's 10 years old. So Maxwell has hit the 10-year or 11-year mark, which means it's more than a decade at this point. Next year, I wouldn't be surprised if NVIDIA announces that they're ending support for the Maxwell GTX 900 series. And then probably 2 years after that, so literally 3 years from now, they'll probably drop support for the GTX 10 series. Because next year, a year from now, the GTX 1080 and 1070 and 1060 will all be 10 years old. The 10 series will be 10 years old, which means they'll hit that 1 decade. Which means after 10 years, the likelihood of NVIDIA supporting those GPUs is very, very slim. So I wouldn't be surprised once those GPUs are like 11 years old, so literally 2 years from now, they're gonna pull the plug on supporting the 10 series cards. And that will be the final nail in the coffin for the GTX brand. Because after that, NVIDIA is all RTX. There's no more GTX. So that'll be the end of the GTX lineage. AMD, because AMD has way less market share, way less GPUs in circulation, they've been ending support on their older decade graphics cards sooner than NVIDIA. So like I think it was like last September, November, somewhere around there, AMD announced that they're winding down support of their GCN, I think GCN 4.0 and 4.1. So basically RX Vega and the Polaris. Polaris was the RX 400 series and the RX 500 series. So like your typical RX 480, your RX 570, 580, 590. All of those cards are on a separate driver fork compared to the current RDNA graphics cards. In fact, I looked up the AMD ones as well, and the AMD ones go as far... So if you're on like a GCN, Polaris, or Vega, or Radeon 7, your latest driver is from May of this year. So whereas anyone who's on RDNA Whether you're on RX 5700 series, 6000 series, or 7000 series, or even the new 9000 series, you will have a graphics driver from June as the latest, whereas the people on the older cards are only up to May because they're on 2 separate releases now. So eventually AMD will kill support for Vega and Polaris. That's as far back as they go. Like anyone who's on an older card, like if you're on a HD Radeon, or if you're on a an R9 200 or R9 300 series, so like an R9 290X, like a Hawaii GPU, or an R9 390X or 380 or whatever. Like if you're on any of those cards, all those cards, they were end of support. I think it was last year, if I'm not mistaken, last summer. So those cards haven't gotten support from AMD in like a year at this point. So I think it was June of last year was the end of the line for the Tonga, for Hawaii, for Antigua, Garuda, all of those old GCN, the Southern Islands, the Volcanic Islands, the Pirate Islands. Those are all of AMD's iconic HD series, the Tahiti, the Tonga, the Pitcairn, all the iconic AMD cards from the early days of DirectX 11. Those cards have been end of support as of a year ago. So NVIDIA is kind of forced to support longer than AMD because NVIDIA has so many more people out in the field that are still using those old NVIDIA cards, like a GTX 970, for example. So AMD has the luxury of dropping support sooner because they don't have as many people. Like the likelihood that you're going to find someone still using like an HD 7970, you know, like the likelihood of someone still running that in their primary rig is very, very slim versus someone who's running like a GTX 970, for example. So if you've got a Micro Center near you, you probably want to go to the Micro Center. If you've got $600, Micro Center's got the bundles.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
If you're looking for a DDR5 bundle, yeah, Micro Center's got a lot of them. Micro Center actually has a Threadripper bundle, guys, for $3 grand. Wow. So I just pulled up the Micro Center website. Here are the AMD bundles. We'll look at the Intel ones in a little bit. But I found this. Micro Center has a Threadripper 7970X and an Asus TRX 50 Sage Pro. That is a $900 motherboard. And 4 sticks of RDIMM, 128 gigs of RAM for like $3 grand. In fact, they're saying $3,049. The bundle showed $2,000, basically the price of an RTX 5090. So you could get a Threadripper, you could get a 32 core. This is a 32 core, 64 thread, high-end, true high-end desktop CPU with 128 gigs of RDIMM memory for the price of an RTX 5090. Man, just saying, like, okay, but anyway, if the budget is $600, you know, you could get Do they have like a 9800X 3D? I don't see 9800X 3D on here, but basically,
All things come to an
you're gonna
end.
play retro
Even
games.
time itself.
I mean, check this out. Check this out. 7800X 3D, B650-E, G-Skill Flare X 32GB DDR5 6000. $500. $500. CPU, Vcache, the motherboard, and the DDR5 RAM. That's $500. You said your budget was $600, and you've already got the GPU 1070, and you've already got the SSD. So games, I mean, this is like, wow, okay. I mean, that's one. Let me see what's the Intel. Let's look at the Intel ones here. Intel, okay, so they got the Intel Core Ultra 7 for $500. That's actually not that bad. So 14900K right at 600. I don't know how I feel about buying into 14900K though, like when it's a dead socket. Intel has a newer platform now. So this is like telling someone to buy last gen. But the thing is, similar to the AMD, you're getting DDR5 RAM, 32 gigs, and it's, yeah, Asus motherboard. This actually right at 600. That doesn't seem too bad. Although I don't know, I would probably, like, if it was me, if I had to choose between the Ultra 7 versus the 14900K, I would save the $100 and get the Ultra 7. I think that's better than the i9. But that's me. But okay, so yeah, that Core Ultra seems like it's a better choice. And then Intel's got some old stuff here, so they've got like 12th gen. I wouldn't tell someone to buy 12th gen in 2025. 12th gen is like a 2021 CPU, so it's like, that's why it's so cheap. And then 14, yeah, they've got some, okay, they got like 14700K. Like, okay, here's one. The 14700K for $500 versus the Core Ultra 7 for the same exact amount of money. I would go Core Ultra 7. I would say forget about Raptor Lake. It's kind of trash, so it's like, yeah. So I don't know, man. It's like the Intel bundles. This one right here seems like the best one for Intel. Core Ultra 7, 265K, Z890 Asus, 32 gigs DDR5. What type of memory is this? Is this 6000? Yeah, so it's basically the same exact memory. So, okay, anyone who's familiar with G-Skill, G-Skill Ripjaws means it is going to come with an XMP profile. If it said Flare X5, Ripjaws S5, the 5 means DDR5. Ripjaws S5. That immediately tells me, okay, this is DDR5 with an XMP profile. No Expo profile. That doesn't mean that you can't use it with AMD. You can totally use this with an AM5. It'll work 100%. And then the AMD bundle, the only difference is that they do, we were looking at this one earlier. They do Flare X5. The 5 means DDR5. The Flare X means Expo profile. There is no XMP profile with this RAM, which is, it doesn't matter. Like, I put, if someone tells me that this comes with Expo, I'm going to install it in my Intel motherboard. If someone tells me it comes with an XMP, I'm going to install it in my AMD motherboard. And they will work both ways, backwards, totally fine, 100% guaranteed. So, yeah. Personally, like, if it was me, and if, like, $500, $600, this is probably what I would do. Actually, hold on a second. There was, like, something here. Okay. They had a thing I saw on the right-hand side. Motherboard upgrade only. Yeah, this is where going into the store would help a lot, because you would ask the sales guy, okay, like, let's say you wanted this bundle for $500, but you wanted to swap the motherboard for a different, like, let's say you don't want this Asus motherboard. Let's say you want, you know, like the MSI Tomahawk. You know, like you go tell the sales guy, hey, I want this bundle, but can I upgrade the motherboard to like a different motherboard? And they will totally let you do that. Now it'll be more. Like for example, like this is saying upgrade with the Tomahawk, but the thing is this example is with a 9900X. If you want an X3D, you could still do the motherboard upgrade and they'll still give you like a bundled price, provided that the motherboard is one of the motherboards on this list of upgrade options, if that makes sense. Meaning you can't go to them and be like, hey, I want this 7800 X3D, but I want a ROG Crosshair Hero, you know, in the bundle. I mean, they'll give you a bundle with that motherboard, but they're not going to give you like a $600 bundle with a Crosshair Hero motherboard, because a Crosshair Hero motherboard is a $700 motherboard by itself, if that makes sense. So you need to talk to the salespeople and tell them like let's say you don't want this motherboard, you just want the RAM and the CPU, and you want a different motherboard. So they'll give you like they'll tell you like which motherboards are eligible to upgrade to for like, I don't know, like it says $50, so for like, or $30 depending on the board. So that's what I would do. That's personally what I would do, because that way you can get a better motherboard, unless you're okay with the tough gaming. Most people are probably going to be okay with the tough gaming. Like, I personally would want an X870. I wouldn't want, like, if it was me, I would try to get whatever X870 option they have and still be at like $599. So $600, because that's the budget. $600, X870. So like, for example, this Tomahawk, Mag Tomahawk, 600 bundle, but change the CPU for like a different one. You may even be able to bundle like a 9800 X3D. So you really need to talk to the salespeople. The salespeople are very knowledgeable at Micro Center. They're not like, you know, I'm not trying to throw Best Buy under the bus, but in general, Micro Center sales employees know a whole lot more about building a computer than your average salesperson at like, you know, Best Buy. Or, not saying there's anything wrong with Best Buy, I'm just saying, like, from my own experience talking with these different people at these stores, Micro Center on average has much more knowledgeable staff on site versus like your typical Best Buy or, you know, whatever other electronics store you go to, unless it's something similar to Micro Center. Like, I would say Fry's Electronics, but Fry's isn't really a thing anymore. But back in the day, like, you take a Micro Center employee, you take a Fry's employee and a Best Buy employee, and you start quizzing them on like how to build a computer. 100% of the time, the Micro Center employee knows way more compared to the other two, unless the guy working at Fry's or Best Buy like literally builds computers as a hobby. Then they would know the same amount of knowledge as a Micro Center employee. But typically Micro Center people actually undergo training on the job. They're actually trained. They're actually sent to AMD and maybe Intel for like actual product briefings, and they're under NDA. So the Micro Center guys have all the knowledge and skills.
The abyss is like,
I mean, some of the builds that I've done on live stream were literally because someone at Micro Center told me, they recommended me like a certain case, like the Lian Li Lancool 3 that we built the Threadripper computer in back in 2023. If you guys remember that live stream, the only reason why I ended up with that case was because a salesperson at Micro Center recommended it to me because they knew that I was trying to build a Threadripper, and they're like, yeah, you're gonna need a case like the Lian Li Lancool 3, because the Lancool is a full tower. It's got the 8 slots for the motherboard, and it's got enough height to fit the thick radiator up there if you're going liquid cooling. So I would not have known that otherwise. They also told me that it's wide enough to fit the 4090 cable without bending the cable too much and causing a fire hazard. So, you know, they even went into that level of detail. Anyway. Alright, so... What was I supposed to do here? Somebody was saying this is the best team. Skirk, Farina, Escoffier, and the fourth slot is whoever, whatever. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figured it was something like that because... I put Skirk in, and Escoffier, and Mualani, just because Mualani has the surfboard. And then I put Child because he's supposed to... Isn't he like the apprentice? So you have the master, and you have the apprentice. It's like the two Jedi, you know what I'm saying? So you got the two Jedi. It's like... She's basically Qui-Gon from Star Wars Episode 1. And he is basically Obi-Wan Kenobi from Episode 1. That's the only reason why he's here. Otherwise, I would tell him to get out of here. But, you know, that's just me. For field exploration, I don't care, like, who's in the group, as long as it's more, like, lore appropriate. But if we're doing, like, Spiral Abyss or whatever, then yeah, no, then we're gonna run the correct group. But, yeah. Oh, and apparently I'm a returning player. So I get a reunion award, because I haven't played this game in forever. So we're on day 6. So I can claim this thing. Now I've got 4 of these, apparently. That's the nice thing about quitting Genshin. You come back and they're like, please come back. Welcome back. Here's more free stuff. So tomorrow I'll log in and I'll get 200 Primo Gems. But man, I had to use up all my Primo Gems to get, what's her name? I only got like 108 Primo Gems now. Because I had to use... I got her on wish number 80... What was it, like 82? Let me see here. What is this? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80, 81, 82. So I got her on, what, 82? 81 or 82, because she was like the last one. 81 or 82. That was terrible. That was absolutely terrible. Luckily, Chi-Chi was pulled last time on whoever's banner it was back in like May. You guys can see here when I did the pull, it was May 11th. A lot of these pulls that came after Chi-Chi were like May 11th. So I think I was at like wish number 35 when I started pulling for Skirk yesterday. So I think, so what, 82 minus 35. That was how many pulls I had to do. I had to use my golden dust. I had to use this special golden stuff. I only have 54 golden star glitter stuff because I had to use a lot of my glitter to pull her because I ran out of wishes. I think I had to do like 16 golden wish pulls or something to get her on the last. I know it was more than 10. That's all I remember. I only have like 10 left. So we're basically going to have to quit this game again because it's like I don't have any resources anymore. Like I have no resources to pull any characters. Like I had a bunch of resources saved up and 82 pulls to get her. And it's like now we're done. No more resources. No battle pass. There's literally, I have no battle pass. There's literally nothing. It's like 100% free to play. Welkin's not active. Nothing's here. So that's basically it. End of the line for Genshin Impact. You primarily play PS2 games? You thought we were going to get into PC components? What was I thinking? We did get into PC components. Somebody asked about stuff that turned into a Micro Center advertisement. It's like that whole segment about like the retro gaming PC build with a GTX 1070 and a 1TB SSD with $600. That basically turned into a Micro Center ad. It's like, I mean, I don't know how else to say it. Like, that's what I would do. Like, I would go to Micro Center if I had $600 and I needed to buy a motherboard and a CPU. You're not really gonna find better deals. Micro Center, like, the other thing too is, like, if you buy used, like, let's say you buy off of like the used market, if it's defective, what are you gonna do? Because it's like there's no warranty. You're gonna return it to the seller? I mean, I guess if it's like eBay, I guess that's an option. But like with Micro Center, if something's defective, you just take it back and you just swap it within the 30 days. And usually, if something's going to be defective, it'll go bad within the first week, first couple of days. Otherwise, it's gonna, like, my personal experience with computer parts is if the computer part is defective, it'll be defective literally within the first week. So you really need to test your hardware 100% when it's new to verify that everything works. Like if you have a motherboard, test every single USB port, test every single PCIe slot, assuming you can test every PCIe slot. Test all the M.2 drive slots. You test the RAM slots if you have 4 sticks of memory. If you don't have 4 sticks of memory, I don't know what to tell you. But you like, that's what I do. I test every single piece of the motherboard to verify it works within the return window. Because if something's defective, it's defective immediately out of the box, and you can go and exchange it like within the 15 or 30 day return window. I never let things go to the point where it's past the return date and oh, it doesn't work, and now I have to deal with, you know, Asus or Gigabyte or whoever's warranty replacement, and it's like, yeah. But Micro Center does have they do have the protection plan as well. Like, it depends. I feel like if you're spending $600, it's up to you. Like, if you're comfortable dealing with potential support reps from the motherboard company of your choice, then so be it. But if you're spending, like, for example, if you're spending like $3,000 on an RTX 5090, it's probably in your best interest to buy, if you're buying from Micro Center, it's probably in your best interest to purchase the protection plan, because a $3,000 graphics card is very, very expensive, and Micro Center covers the melted connector. So if you ever run into the melted connector problem on like a 5090, for example, and you did opt to buy the Micro Center protection plan, which I think is like $150 for like 2 years. So I mean, let's put things into perspective. If you're spending $3,000 on a GPU, what's another $150 for a 2-year in-store replacement warranty guarantee? Meaning, if you ever run into the melted connector problem, you literally take the GPU to Micro Center and they'll give you another one. The only thing that you're out of is the $150 that you spent on the, or the $200, whatever it is, depending on how many years you choose. It's usually either 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year. No one really does 1 year because 1 year is typically the same as like the standard warranty. So it's usually gonna be like 2 or 3 years. Personally, I feel like 2 years is the best value because every 2 years we get new graphics cards. So if you're someone who upgrades every generation, and if you run your GPU hard, and if it starts, you know, like the fan starts rattling or whatever, you know, you take it in, you just do the upgrade. That's usually pretty smooth process. So that may change though with hardware stagnation, with release cycles ever so slightly getting longer and longer. It used to be every 2 years. Now it's starting to be it's still kind of 2 years, but now it's a little like 2 years plus 3 more months or so. Okay, what was I going to do in this? Oh, I'm running out of this stuff. I need to... What was I supposed to do? I was supposed to do something in this game. Like, I don't remember what it was. There's the new story. There's this. Not this. There is this. Yeah. So I've completed up to Chapter 5, Act 5 of the current nation. Now, I have not done all the interlude chapters. Like, I haven't completed all of those. So I don't know. Maybe I need to do that. Yeah, I've not done this, which is Sumeru. And then I have not done... So, okay, Chapter 5, Act 6. I don't even know if this is, like, patch 5.7. I don't even know what the latest... So, let me see. So, there's her story quest. And then there's this, which I haven't done. I guess that's new. I don't know exactly what's new. A space and time for you. Go to quest. Archon quests unlocked. Oh, okay. So that's this one. I guess that's the new one. Yeah, that says Natland. So I guess that does more. That's basically Dainsleif stuff, I guess. Yeah, it looks like it's more Dainsleif. Which means this is the stuff that's going to happen right before the summer event. Which means next month is the summer event. And then after that is the new nation, Snezhnaya. Which I don't even think they're doing that, actually. I think they're actually... They're making us... They're doing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle City filler episodes of, like, Noah's Virtual World. Or something along those lines. Like, that's what they're going to do this year, which is kind of strange. I don't really know why they need to do that. I would rather just send us into Snezhnaya now because they're literally releasing all these Cryo characters and the Cryo was probably the most ignored element for so long, and mainly because, you know, obviously story-wise, it's the Ice Nation Cryo, so it would be the last one. But right now, man, Frozen builds are so good in this game. Frozen, which I always thought had the potential to be very, very broken, because you can lock down your opponent; they can't fight back because they're literally frozen in ice. Somebody was saying, people was saying Skirk, Farina, Escoffier, and the fourth. So you're saying, so hold on, let me go here. Hold on. You're saying that this group should be, instead of him. Oh yeah, this was my group. This was my group. This was my Soothing Water, Shattering Ice. This is my group. So the only difference is now, instead of running Riesli, we swap him for her. Qui-Gon Jinn.
Okay, let's take a walk.
We put her in, and that's basically the only difference. So now we have, okay, put the flyer over here. She has flying, so in Magic the Gathering, that means that she can't be blocked by ground-based characters or whatever. So I guess we'll do that. And then Escoffier, we're going to put her over here. Nouvelle, the Dragon King, Shenron will go over here. So this is the group that everybody is saying is the most OP. So OP. We'll test them out. This is the OP Central. How big is Genshin Impact content right now? I'm thinking starting from the start and wondering how long it would take me to... Oh, dude, that's almost as bad as someone telling me they want to start playing Final Fantasy 14. The amount of... It's not as bad as Final Fantasy 14, but it's like, there's a lot. So you basically... Okay. If you're starting right now, you got to go through Prologue, Act 1, 2, and 3. There's Mondstadt. Then you got to go through Chapter 1, which is Liyue, which has 3 acts. Then you've got to go through whatever this thing is, like flying in the sky or whatever. Then you have to go to the island nation, Inazuma, which has its own prologue. Then you got to do Chapter 2, which has 3 acts. Then you have to go back to Liyue, and you got to go into the Cloud City, the Jade Chamber, and do that thing. Then you have to do this Act 4 thing, which I don't even remember what this is. Something with Dainsleif. Then there's another one in the sky. Then you have to go into the jungle and desert nation of Sumeru, which has so many acts. It's literally 5 acts, and the nation is so big that you literally have to use Spider-Man's web swing from Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, and Spider-Man Miles Morales. You literally utilize Spider-Man's web swing because Sumeru is so big and so vast that you have to use Spider-Man's ability to get around the trees. It's just too big. It's just too much. It's just too much. So then that's Chapter 3. Then there's like some side stuff again. Then you have to go to the Nation of Water, Fontaine, which is a lot of people's favorite one for some reason. Like, a lot of people like Fontaine. I thought Fontaine was actually pretty cool. Fontaine is actually where a lot of people like to hang out in the game because it's cool. It's like based off of like, it's like a mix between like France and Venice from Italy, specifically the City of Water. I mean, it's got like canals and stuff, but it is more like France, I would say. All of these are based off of places in the actual real world. Mondstadt is supposed to be like Germany. Liyue is supposed to be like China. Inazuma is Japan. Sumeru is India, and also Iran and the Middle East in general, so because it has like a desert region and it also has a jungle region. The tropical region is like the Indian subcontinent, and then it has like, if you go to the west, it has the desert, very similar to the Middle East. So that is Sumeru. It's a massive, massive landmass in the game. Then you have Fontaine, which is basically France. And then you have, okay, so then you have the latest one. Then you're playing current content, which is Natland, which is based off of South America and Africa, but mostly Latin America, I would say, in terms of the naming conventions that they're using. But that's the latest one. So we've got 2020 Pandemic Genshin. Pandemic Genshin is Mondstadt and Liyue. Then we have 2021 Dark Times, $900 RTX 3060 Ti, $3,000 RTX 3090, $2,000 RTX 3080 and 3080 Ti, and $1,500 RX 6900 XT, and like $1,200 RX 6800 XT. That is Inazuma, aka Alder Lake, aka Endwalker, aka 2021 Genshin Impact. Then we have some random. Then we have 2022 Sumeru, which is basically AM5, Zen 4, 13900K, and the RTX 4090 launch. That is Sumeru, aka Genshin Impact in 2022. So this is 2022 Genshin Impact. So if you're playing through Sumeru, you're doing content from 3 years ago. So then we're doing Fontaine, which is 2023 Genshin Impact. This is 14th gen, 14900K, and I guess to a lesser extent the 7800X 3D. That's Fontaine. That's 2023 Genshin, and then we have last year's Genshin, which was Natland. So this is Zen 5, aka Ryzen 9000, the 9800X 3D, the PS5 Pro, and Intel's Arrow Lake desktop CPUs. This is basically 2024 Genshin Impact. So we haven't even gotten to 2025 Genshin Impact yet. That will come out in August, and we're about to get the summer event. So if you want to start the game now, you've got 5 years worth of content to get through.
Hi, I have 9800 by 3D and 2 kit of DDR5 and with X870 EMSI Edge, but I won't let me to do 6000 no matter what. I need your help. Trident C Royal CL28.
So you're saying you have 2 kits of DDR5. You didn't tell me the total capacity, though. So I don't know, like, I don't know if this is, like, 2... Are these single rank kits? Are these dual rank kits? Is the total capacity 128 gigabytes of RAM? Is it 64 gigs of RAM, 96 gigs of RAM, 192 gigs of RAM, 256 gigs of RAM? So you're saying Trident Z Royal CL28. That's most likely single rank. Those are probably 32 gigabyte kits, so your total capacity is probably 64 gigs of RAM if you're running 4 sticks of memory, because you say 2 kits of RAM. So I would imagine that would totally work at 6,000. That's easy. You have to install the memory in separate channels. So that means your first kit of memory needs to go in A1, A2. Your second kit needs to go in B1, B2. And then when you boot into the BIOS, instead of loading, if the XMP or Expo profile is not working, don't load the Expo profile. Instead, manually set 6,000. And then you can either, it's up to you. Like, okay, what I would do, here, where's paint? I need paint. Okay. So this is what I would do. Install first memory kit in A1, A2. That means... And I assume you watched my memory videos. Because my memory videos, a lot of people seem to skip past that section of the video. I mean, I can see it on the timeline, so I know what people are watching and what they're not watching as parts of the video. A lot of people seem to skip the part where I talk about how to install the memory. So, and hence the reason why I see a lot of comments saying they can't get it to work. So A1, A2, B1, B2. That is the order. The people who leave comments saying, I thought it was A1, B1, A2. No, they're wrong. That's not how it works. It's A1, A2, B1, B2. If they don't believe me, they need to look at the manual of their motherboard. Okay, so you would take the first kit. So if this is the first kit is blue. Second kit is red. First kit is blue. So that means the first one we'll say is here and here. The second one is here and here. Oftentimes what I see people doing incorrectly is they bought one kit initially and they installed that one correctly like this. So they have it in A2 and B2. That is correct. This is how to install a single kit. Then they go and buy a second kit. And they think, oh, I just need to install it like this. That is wrong. This is wrong. This is incorrect. This will most likely not work. This is wrong because the first kit was made in whatever year they bought it. Let's say this was made in 2023. Manufactured 2023. And the second one was made last year. Or maybe even this year. We'll just say 2025. So they have 2 separate kits of RAM, even if it's the exact same SKU, like let's say it's the same G-Skill memory or Corsair, Dominator, or whatever, Team Group, Team T-Force, whatever, doesn't matter. It's the same actual SKU, same memory capacity, just 2 identical kits. The problem is one of them was made 2 years ago and the other one was made this year. So the problem with doing this is the first kit might have a slight difference in how one of the tertiaries is set. Like maybe they're using 21 instead of 20. And maybe on the other one it needs to be a different value. On the newer one, for example. So because they do this, when the system goes to boot up with the daisy chain, it goes and it looks and it's like, okay, negotiation. Blue says, I want 20. Red says, I want 21. Well, okay, you want 21 and you want... That's not going to work. Error out, EC, error, turn off, turn back on, reload back to JDEC. So that's what ends up happening. And no one ever talks about this because of the mismatch. So the correct way is you have to physically take the old stick. So if this one was here, and this one was here, you have to literally remove one of them and move it physically so that it is with its brother. The brothers have to be together on the same channel. They cannot be separated from each other because you have some random foreigners coming in to live next door on the second channel. Like this. This is basically step 1. Step 1 is install the memory correctly on isolated channels from each other, because the CPU will hook into the channel A like this, and then it will come and it'll hook into the other one like this. It is dual channel. So that is how it's supposed to be installed. So install the memory kit in A1, A2, B1, B2. Okay. This is like step 1. And a lot of people do this wrong. So, okay. The next thing you do is, there's a couple things. You can, what I would do is clear CMOS. So this is like step 1. Step 1 is install memory correctly, like we explained. Step 2, clear CMOS. Just straight up clear the CMOS. I've seen too many people. Now, I myself have like installed a new memory with the old memory, and I didn't clear the CMOS. And sometimes it does work, but sometimes it doesn't work. And that's because it's trying to load the subtimings, and one of the memory kits doesn't like it or whatever. So or the voltage is like wrong or whatever. So it just doesn't work. So clear CMOS is step 2. Step 3, get in the BIOS. In the BIOS, load Expo. Step 4. Now this is going to be motherboard specific. This is motherboard specific, but if you have a motherboard like Gigabyte, you need to most likely set VDDIO equal to equal to VDD, whatever your VDD is. So when you load the Expo, it'll automatically VDD and VDDQ automatically gets set by the Expo. Why is this like not working? There we go. In the BIOS, load Expo. This automatically sets VDD and VDDQ. Okay. Now, motherboard specific. Gigabyte. Oh, you're saying you have MSI. So MSI... I can't remember if MSI does it automatically. VDDIO needs to match the VDD on Gigabyte, typically. I don't think Gigabyte automatically sets VDDIO. So sometimes with 4 sticks of memory, it gets confused and it'll just fail because it's using the wrong VDDIO on auto. And that's why it doesn't work. And that's pretty much... I'm trying to think like what... That's pretty much all it should take. This will work for single rank. For dual, single rank kits. For 2 single rank kits. So what does this mean? This implies something. This implies 4x 16 gigabytes equals 64 gigabytes total. And it also implies 4x 24 gigabytes equals 96 gigabytes total for 4 sticks configurations. So this is how to get it to work. Those are the steps. Usually on Gigabyte, this last one is the problem. But for most people running into the problem, it's because they're not installing the RAM correctly. Or they're not clearing the CMOS. But these are the steps. Those are the steps to get it working. I have tested Gigabyte. I have tested ASRock. I've tested MSI. I've tested Asus. I've literally tested all 4 brands. I have tested AMD with DDR5. I have tested both the Zen 4, which is the Ryzen 7000, and the new Ryzen 9000 Zen 5. I have also tested Intel, the Z790 DDR5 with the 13900K, as well as the older 12700K. And I have also tested, if you guys saw the videos back in April, we have tested the Intel Z890 with the CUDIM. And CUDIM is exactly the same process for the 4 sticks of memory with the Intel Core Ultra series. It is all the same. Have they still not made... I think there is a Micron kit. Well, okay, no. 6400, I don't know about Micron. I think there is a Corsair kit for 4 sticks 6400. I don't know if it's Expo, though. G-Skill does have a 4 stick, but it's not 64. I think it's 6000. You don't need to touch VDDG. It's VDD, VDDQ, which is automatically set from the Expo, and you want to set VDDIO to the same as... Well, MSI, I don't know if you need to change it. I know Gigabyte leaves it on auto, and sometimes with 4 sticks of memory, Gigabyte's BIOS doesn't know what to do, so it just kind of like fails to train. So that's why I said for Gigabyte. MSI, you may or may not have to set VDDIO. VDDG, you don't need to do that. VDDP, VDDG, those are voltages that are on the... Depending on which side the voltage node is, it's either on the CPU side looking toward the memory, or it's on the memory side looking toward... Actually, no. VDDG and VDDP are voltages that are on the I/O die. One of them is looking from the memory controller toward the fabric, and I think the other one is the fabric looking either toward the memory controller or toward the cores. I forget. But yeah, no, you don't need to change those. Oh, and you also, I guess, set, step 5, this is more of an advanced step, set FCLK equal 2000. If you haven't done that. Oh, also, step 6, set UCLK equal 1/2 MCLK. There. The 1/1 stuff is nonsense. So this is usually like something that for some reason a lot of people A lot of people who complain about like crashing and stability, I would wager that it's because they're not running 1/2 MCLK. They're trying to run that 1-to-1, which is so absolutely pointless. Because here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Here's like some secret insider knowledge. Intel does not allow UCLK equal MCLK. Okay? Like, this is like a hard rule. Intel does not allow this. Intel only allows UCLK equals 1/2 MCLK. By doing this, Intel avoids the potential issues or challenges with trying to run the memory controller at some stupidly high speed like 3 gigahertz or better. AMD does allow UCLK equal MCLK. But it only really works up to 3 gigahertz. We'll say up to 3 gigahertz. This is like secret knowledge that no one really talks about. Intel does not allow UCLK equal MCLK. You can't even set it in the BIOS. They don't even allow it. Like, it only allows UCLK equals 1/2 MCLK. AKA gear 2 or 1:2 ratio. For those wondering what I'm talking about. AKA gear 1 or 1:1 ratio. This is 1:1 ratio. However, the problem is here's the thing, guys, that no one is... Oh, I cut this off. Hold on, let me move it. Here's the thing. This is not guaranteed. So UCLK equals MCLK is not guaranteed at all, even at 3 gigahertz. Now, AMD has found that the vast majority of the Ryzen, both the Zen 4 and the Zen 5 CPUs, are capable, based off of their silicon quality, the vast majority of their memory controllers are capable of running at 3 gigahertz, which is a stupidly fast speed for a memory controller. Typically, memory controllers are only really capable of running at like 2 gigahertz. And they should probably never run at 3 gigahertz for stability reasons and data integrity reasons. But for some reason, AMD, in all their infinite wisdom, allow the users to run in this 1-to-1 mode, which, from my experience, the vast majority of people running into problems with stability and crashes and blaming it on like some motherboard problem or memory problem or CPU problem, it's all because of this stupid 1-to-1 ratio. I personally think that AMD should have never allowed this. They should have just copied Intel and just say, no, you can't do 1-to-1 in DDR5. Like, if they did this, that like all those people complaining about like memory and the training length and all this nonsense, they would have never had any of these problems. So personally, I don't recommend 1-to-1. Even if someone's running DDR5 6000, I don't recommend 1-to-1 ratio. I think this is like a meme. It's like fake news. It's like a stupid feature that is kind of pointless. So what I'll probably do if I have time, I'll probably make like a video literally showing the difference in performance in games between 1-to-1 versus like 1-to-2. Because the reality is that there's barely a difference. And in some games, there's literally no difference. And in a few games, there's a performance regression for running in 1-to-1. And that usually indicates that there's probably some mild instability. But yeah, 1-to-1 is dumb. It's very, very stupid. So, like, literally everyone should be running 1-to-2 ratio, regardless of whether they're on AMD or Intel. If you're on Intel, you don't even have a choice. Like, you literally don't have a choice. Like, you're forced into 1-to-2, and you can't do anything about it. So, and that way, Intel literally avoids all the potential issues with DDR5 compatibility, we'll say, even though it isn't really a compatibility problem, but like all these problems that I keep hearing about people having with like, oh, I can't get my memory, or like, oh, I'm having issues, and it's usually because they're trying to force a 1-to-1 ratio, and they're usually on an AMD CPU because AMD is too like free and open and everything goes, and you can overclock your CPU. We don't lock down the multiplier. Have at it. You want 1-to-1 ratio? Okay, you can do 1-to-1 ratio. You can do extreme overclocking. It's like whatever. So it's like, I mean, it's nice that AMD gives their users like absolute freedom in overclocking. They have all the tools necessary. You have your PBO, you have your curve optimizer, you have the curve shaper. You can do traditional OC mode with vCore if you want, with multiplier enhancement. Like, you have all that stuff. Everything's there. It's from the highest end motherboard to the most bargain bin basic motherboard with no heat sinks on the VRM. AMD allows you to do like all the overclocking things. Intel, no. Intel is like, if you want to overclock, you have to have like a K SKU CPU. The non-Ks don't allow you. They have locked multipliers. They're locked down. You can't do anything. So you also have to have a certain motherboard chipset. If you have a B series motherboard for Intel, you're locked out of overclock. You can't do it. It's banned. No, you're not allowed. So Intel is way more, the word I'll use is restrictive. Intel is way more restrictive. There's a lot of does not. You cannot. You shall not. You cannot. You not. You cannot do this. That is Intel's sort of behavior for the users. So some people are like, oh, that's lame. Intel's anti-consumer. I wouldn't say it's anti-consumer. It's kind of lame that like you have to buy a more expensive motherboard if you want to overclock on Intel. But the reality is, by locking the user out of certain things, like, oh, you can't do Gear 1. You're not allowed. Like, it doesn't, you can spend $1,000 on a motherboard for Intel, and you still cannot do 1-to-1 memory overclocking with the memory controller. Like, you're not allowed to do it. Even though, fun fact, it's actually unlocked on DDR4, Intel lets you access Gear 1 if you're on a DDR4 motherboard, but they ban you from doing it when you're on DDR5. And they, for good reason, because there were all kinds of issues with trying to run Intel with DDR5 in the early days of DDR5. Anybody who bought the 12th gen Alder Lake back in 2021 to play Endwalker, and you actually spent $800 for 64 gigabytes of DDR5 5600 back in November of 2021, you know exactly what I'm talking about when it came to trying to run DDR5 in the early BIOS days with the 12th gen Intel CPU. It was not fun. It was terrible. It had terrible memory training problems when you had 64 gigs of RAM. If you were trying to run your RAM at like anything above like 4800 was a nightmare in the early BIOS on Intel. So they were like, nope, you can't do it. We're banning this. Take it away. We taketh away because the users are not allowed to complain. We don't want people posting a bunch of stupid troubleshooting help on Reddit because they can't get their stupid 12th gen to work at like 5200 or 5600 or whatever, and they're complaining because they spent like $600 on their RAM and they can barely get it to post and it takes forever to train. Yeah, no. When Intel saw some of those posts starting to show up on Reddit, nope, we're banning 1-to-1. Ban it. No one can do it anymore. And then remember when Intel, you could also do AVX 512 on Alder Lake? You know what Intel did? Ban it! BIOS update, take it out. Oh, people are trying to not update their BIOS. Oh, guess what? We're just going to factory cut it off at the factory, so you can't do AVX 512. So Intel taketh, and Intel no, Intel, what is the phrase? Intel taketh away and doesn't give back. So, but for good reasons. They don't want people to run into these stupid problems with memory compatibility. So I understand why Intel does it. It sounds very anti-consumer, but I mean, I guess that's probably the reason why no one really complains about having like memory issues on Intel, because they taketh away and they give you the bare minimum, but it actually works. So, but AMD's like, oh, freewheeling, anything goes, do whatever you want. But, you know, like, there's a caveat there. It's like, maybe might not be guaranteed to work. So this 1-to-1 ratio stuff I don't recommend it at all. So anyone who's running like 6400 or anything above 6000, you literally use this setting. Manually set that in BIOS. That is my recommendation. Basically, copy Intel. My policy is, if you're on AMD, copy the Intel style and do UCLK equals half MCLK. If you're running like 6400 or, well, I mean, you're going to be, like, if you're running DDR5 8000, you're going to be running half ratio anyway, or 1-to-2 anyway. Like, there's no way around it. But anyway. Jimmy, you're saying you manage 6400, but yeah, you don't think there... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's really... Maybe I'll do a video on that, you know? Like, I'll show people. I'll prove to people. Like, there's barely a difference. Like, you'll never notice a difference in the games. So, is it even worth the headache? And also having to run a much higher VSOC to maintain that 1-to-1 ratio? When you literally could run at a much lower SoC. And a lot of people are also, oh, AMD has high idle power. You know why it has a high idle power? Because of all these people running 1-to-1 ratio. Because 1-to-1 ratio requires a much higher static VSOC, and that's going to translate into higher idle power consumption. Because the memory controller is like topping out at like 1.25, 1.27 volts or whatever to run stable at 6400 1.1, and hence you're going to be running higher idle power consumption because of that. So to me, it's totally not worth it. That's why Intel has lower idle. That's not the only reason why, but that's one of the reasons why AMD or Intel has lower idle power consumption compared to AMD, because Intel literally doesn't allow this stupid Gear 1 ratio thing. Hence, they get away with being more energy efficient at low idle power because they're literally running in Gear 2 all the time. Intel until Core Ultra had issues with memory. It was very hard to get it 100% stable. Yeah, Intel was also really good at corrupting your operating system because it didn't tell you were unstable. Yeah, so yeah, Gus is making a really good point. I agree 100%. As someone who tried to run 128 gigs of RAM on a 13900K at DDR5 5600, I managed 3 days, and then after like 72 hours, I woke my computer out of sleep, and guess what? Blue screen, Windows corrupted, lost all my files, and I had to reinstall Windows from scratch, and I didn't do a backup, so I was basically screwed because the 13900K was writing corrupted data to my SSD and literally corrupted the Windows install because of unstable RAM, and it didn't tell me until it was too late. So yeah, Intel's pretty good at that. AMD is like, okay, if AMD's not going to be stable, it's like, I'm out. Blue screen immediately, I can't do it. Black screen, can't do it. Try something else. Beep, turn off, start over. JDEC, load JDEC. That's AMD's style, which I actually think is much, much better than Intel in that regard, because there's less risk of data corruption. If AMD's like, I quit, change the settings, I quit. Intel's like, I could try it, I could do it, man, I could do it. Meanwhile, in the background, it's like writing errors to the SSD and like screwing everything up in the registry. It's like, I got it, boss, I could do it. It's like one of those employees. Intel is like that type A personality worker, which is actually just an average worker at best, and then like literally bites off more than they can chew, and then just ends up doing a horrible job, and the end result is catastrophic failure. If it can't handle the memory overclock. If it can't handle the workload, that's what's going to happen. AMD is more straightforward. It's like the type of employee that's like, boss, I mean, I don't want this extra responsibility. I can't do it. I'm loaded down too much as it is. Like, you got to give this to somebody else. That's the type of employee that AMD is. Like the CPU. Like, that's literally the difference. So it's like, one of them avoids, like, the potential for failure. The other one will try and then fail horribly. And it can cost you a lot. In terms of data loss and time wasted. No, you don't change VDD MISC. You just change VDD IO, and that's it. You literally do what's on the chart here. Yeah, my 13900K couldn't even run DDR5 8000. So, the Arrow Lake can, though. My Intel Arrow Lake can. So I agree with you on that. I mean, I think Gus's comment is like the most spot-on comment all evening. All right, but anyway, let's go back to the game here. Yeah, but I hope I answered MTT's question earlier. Like, pretty much, you got to do like 5 years worth of story content. And the problem with Genshin Impact is you literally can't skip any of the cutscenes. So it's not like Final Fantasy XIV, where it's like you can skip all the cutscenes, or at least most of the ones that you don't really care to watch. No. This is like, they force you to watch all the cutscenes. You can put it on auto, and you can try to like spam the space bar to skip, but it's still going to have to play through all the dialogue. So there's really no way around it, and that's kind of unfortunate, but yeah. That's basically what happens when if someone's wanting to play Genshin Impact in 2025 from start. You should be able to match what is shown on the board. Didn't I do a video on MSI's Godlike? Did you watch the Godlike video? You have an MSI motherboard, which is exactly the same settings as what's shown in the Godlike. Go. I already have covered that in the previous content, so you have to go find the video. Just look up MSI Godlike on the channel and you'll find it. I've done at least 2 videos. In fact, when we did the live stream build for the Godlike, we covered the BIOS settings for the RAM. Although I don't know if I talked specifically about the voltages, but I know that I've covered that in RAM related videos on the channel previously. We're going to do more RAM videos because it seems like RAM is still a topic that doesn't get much coverage from other channels. And my focus on RAM or memory videos is like actual real world usability. So the focus is not going to be about overclocking and like trying to run TREFI maxed out with active cooling and all that stuff. Those are what I call, like, you know, cool story bro type videos. It's like, yeah, oh, that's cool. Yeah, okay. Cast latency 26 with TREFI maxed out at like 1.45 volts. Cool story, bro. I hope you're running active cooling. You got a big fan directly placed over the RAM. Otherwise, you're going to be crashing in games due to memory errors just because of the fact that the RAM's running too hot. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be unstable for that reason. For temperature reasons. Not for actual, like, these reasons, but for actual, like, other reasons. So, I'm not going to focus on that because I think that's something that is not... I don't like to make content, like overclocking related content, that people can't really achieve the same results because their environment's not the same. Like, I don't know what their ambient temperature is. I don't know if they have active cooling fans positioned directly over their RAM. You know, like, I don't know what the average user is running. So I'm not going to focus on stuff that is much harder to follow if someone just wanted to literally just copy paste my settings. So instead, we're going to focus on what I have outlined here. Because, oh, I'm not even sharing the screen again. What I have outlined here, because I think this is something that is a tangible use case that
The abyss is like the world.
the average person can follow this, like run these memory kits, install them like this, clear the CMOS, load the expo, verify that the expo is setting the VDD and the VDD-Q, then set. Now this is if you're on a gigabyte, set your VDD-IO, because sometimes the 4 sticks it doesn't know what to do with 4 sticks. So you need to manually set VDD-IO. Then set these things, I guess, but I would set these myself, especially if you're running 6400. And then that's basically it. Why clear CMOS? Because if you had 2 sticks previously and you're swapping to 4 sticks of RAM, the memory controller sometimes doesn't know what to do with the other 2 sticks of RAM. So sometimes it'll work. So it may work, but sometimes it doesn't work. It depends on the BIOS. It depends on what the motherboard does when it detects, hey, all of a sudden there's 2 more sticks. When did you guys get here? And then it's like, oh, this guy literally moved from over here. You moved position. I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna like reboot again because I have no idea what to do, and I'm gonna load JDEC. So sometimes that's what it does. Other times, it actually loads the CMOS, like it literally loads the expo that was on the 2 sticks, and it works fine. Like ASRock, for instance, is able to do that. Like ASRock has done it. I can tell you, Gigabyte doesn't like to do that. Gigabyte can try. You know what's the most hilarious thing that happened to me a few days ago when I was testing RAM? I took my 8000 kit. I had my 8000 kit running in the Gigabyte Aorus Master, and it was running at 8000 as expected. So then I added a second kit like this. Same exact kit, 8000. I did not clear the CMOS. Guess what? The Gigabyte motherboard post and loaded with all 4 sticks. It loaded all 4 sticks at a whopping DDR5 8000. Yes. The Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master loaded 96 gigabytes across 4 sticks at DDR5 8000. Then I proceeded to attempt to run memtest 86, and it immediately froze while loading memtest 86 because I knew this was not going to work. That is not going to work. And sure enough, it froze before it could even load memtest 86 on the USB thumb drive. So, yeah, that was definitely not going to work. But that is the reason why I tell you guys, clear the CMOS. Because if you're going from, like, here's the thing. Like, if you're going from DDR5, let's say you're doing 2x24, DDR5, 8000. And you're going from this to 4x 24 gigabytes DDR5, you know, 6,000 or 6400, whatever. It doesn't matter. Either one. Fine, whatever. So let's say you're going from, for those of you that are members of the channel, the reason, it's funny because we're talking about this, and the members, you guys already have access to the video that is literally describing the situation. So there's a members only video that's already revealing and showing this sort of setup. So basically what I'm saying is, if you're going, let's say you're upgrading, you're doubling your capacity, you have 48 gigs at 8000, and you want to go to 96 gigs at 6400. So if you don't clear the CMOS, the BIOS will attempt to load 8000 on all 4 sticks. I know this because I literally experienced it myself.
Even time itself.
And it's not going to be stable. It'll totally not work. It'll crash. It will not get to Windows. So if it gets to Windows, you're going to start corrupting Windows, and that's a bad thing. So you do not want to do that. That is the reason why I recommend clear the CMOS. Because I don't know what somebody was running previously. Like, I don't know what they were doing. So I'm just going to immediately just blanket statement clear CMOS. You know, that's the reason why, Like, you talk to... If you open a case with, like, Gigabyte, MSI, Asus, ASRock, and you're like, oh, I'm having problems with memory, what do you think the tech guy from those companies is going to tell you? Did you clear the CMOS? It's like, step one, did you clear the CMOS? Like, I see why they do it. I see why they tell people, because they don't know what the person was running previously. In my case, I was running DDR5 8000. That's not going to work with the 4 sticks. Like, that's totally not going to work. So, yeah. Clear CMOS. But hopefully that answers the question. What would be the benefit of going from 8,000 to more RAM? If you need more RAM. The only reason is if you need more RAM. That's really all it is. Clear CMOS also fixes most issues. Yeah, you're right, HDZ. Because you know what? Another thing that we didn't even touch on. We didn't even get into the potential for an unstable PBO undervolt. Like, we didn't even touch that can of worms. You know what I'm saying? Like, the other unknown is, what if someone is like using PBO curve optimizer with like a negative 30 offset and they're not stable and they don't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they have instability because their undervolt is too aggressive for their CPU and they don't know it. And they, you know, like, what if that's causing a problem? So 100% clear CMOS, because I don't want to deal, because if I'm going to help somebody, I'm not going to be troubleshooting like somebody doing curve optimizer and it's not stable and, you know, like, no. Nah. Clear the CMOS. Clear the CMOS. I don't want to deal with that. We're not going to troubleshoot memory and CPU overclocks at the same time. No, it's one and not the other. You basically, once you verify your RAM is 100% stable and it's as you like it, then you can start messing with overclocking the CPU.
And where are we going?
But yeah, clear CMOS is in the instructions for a reason. For a very good reason. Yeah, wow, I've been live for 2.5 hours. We didn't even get a chance to play Stellar Blade. Well, I guess Stellar Blade, we don't have a chance. Because it's like, oh, Genshin Impact was like, did a Hail Mary. It's like, please play Genshin Impact because there's all these other games that are basically grabbing people's attention, including Magic the Gathering. It's like, that isn't even an electronic game. Well, there's a digital version of it, but, you know, that's besides the point. It's like, first there was Elden Ring Night Rain, then there was the Nintendo Switch 2, then there was Lies of P Overture, then there was Stellar Blade, now there's Genshin Impact 5.7. So, and next week there's Death Stranding 2. So it's like the summer of gaming, or it's like, technically it's still spring, but it's like basically summer at this point. It's like, the last month has been so jam-packed, non-stop gaming, like, it's impossible to keep up. Did I even mention the Magic the Gathering? I don't even think I mentioned Magic the Gathering. Yeah, it was Night Rain, Switch 2, Lies of P Overture, Stellar Blade, Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy, and now Genshin Impact 5.7, and then next week, Death Stranding 2. It's insane. Like, what, I can't catch a break. Switch 2 was, like, halted because of Magic the Gathering. Yeah, Death Stranding 2 is next week. Yeah. Exactly. We will be live streaming that game. I've already decided. So we'll be covering that game. We'll definitely... Like, Stellar Blade was kind of, like, optional in my mind because I already played... I already, like, 100% completed it. I had, like, all the costumes, including the soda can costume. And I had all the DLC, like all the Nier costumes, everything. Like, I had 100% in Stellar Blade on PS5, a PS5 Pro from last year. So my point of view, it's like, do I really want to spend like another 60
All
hours
things
plus
come to an end.
trying to platinum this game a
Time itself.
second time when I have all these other newer games, like all the Switch 2 content, Night Rain, all this, like Genshin Impact again wants me to play it again. But it's like, okay, I exhausted all my Primo gems, so there's really no reason for me to keep playing Genshin Impact after this, besides the summer event. And then, and then MTG. Yeah, MTG was like, hold on, come back to the card games. Come back to the card games. It's like, hey, build a deck, open packs, and build a Lightning Commander deck in MTG. Yes, do this. And then get all the playmats and the Commander decks. Yes, get every single playmat. So Y'shtola, Terra, Cloud, just get everything. Just go all in. Just get everything. Come back to card games. It's like, okay, I see Final Fantasy. I click. But yeah, now Death Stranding 2 is going to start. Kojima's like, hold on. Kojima's like, no, you cannot go back to Genshin Impact because you need to play the next game featuring Norman Reedus, Lou, Troy Baker, and whatever that girl was from the first game, whatever her name was, the French girl. And then there was like the other people, like Del Toro. I don't think he's in this game. Maybe he is. I don't know, man. Crazy. Like, Death Stranding 2 has the potential to be game of the year. Like, legit. Right now, it's going to come down to, like, Expedition 33 versus Death Stranding 2, possibly the Metal Gear Solid game coming out later this year, and then Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, I don't know what else is a good candidate. I mean, I don't think Night Rain's going to be on the list. I think it's too controversial among the Souls fans. It's been 2 weeks since you built your own PC, but the RAM is the problem. Oh, yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Oh, yeah, but that's next month. Yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza. Nintendo Direct, they showed it today, man. The gameplay on that looks really fun. We'll be streaming Donkey Kong Bonanza next month. That's the game for July. I've already noted it down. Like, I literally have put all these things on my calendar because there's just too many. So I wrote down... Yeah, Death Stranding's next week. Donkey Kong is on the 17th of July. I've also noted down for myself Super Mario Party Jamboree for Switch 2. We're probably not going to stream that because that's not a new game. That's just like the Switch 2 version. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. I don't know if I'm going to stream that. That's kind of like an old 2D side-scroller. And then Kirby and the Forgotten Land comes out on the Switch 2. The Switch 2 version of that game. The same day as Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. We may stream Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater. Hell Is Us is coming out. I still have not had any time to play the Hell Is Us demo. I literally haven't gotten around to doing that. I blame Magic the Gathering. I was playing so much Switch 2, and then I was like, man, I kind of want to go back and play Night Rain, but then Magic the Gathering dropped Final Fantasy, and I was like, okay, now I gotta go and like get back into card games again because of this. And this will probably be short-lived though, like, cause I quit card games like a long time ago, and Magic the Gathering, I never was really into Magic the Gathering. For those that have watched the channel, like it was like Yu-Gi-Oh and Cardfight Vanguard for a long time, and then I quit both, and then we started doing like tech videos, and then the channel literally just turned into like a PC hardware hobbyist channel, and that's essentially what the channel is today. But it's cool doing the card videos like this because to me, it's kind of nostalgic because it's like a throwback to the way that this channel was for a long time. A lot of my modern viewers don't actually know that, but we did do a lot of card deck profile and box opening, pack pulls, that type of stuff, like RNG, what are we going to get? Are we going to pull the big money card, and like make back the money spent on the entire box, that sort of thing. That is the sort of content that we used to do like years ago. But, you know, you guys, people who have followed the channel in the last 2 or 3 years, you guys know
This is like
I
the
play a lot of
world's
Final
shadow.
Fantasy games, like Final
It's always
Fantasy
there,
14.
and it will never
I'm still
perish.
actively subscribed to the MMO, even though I'm not actively playing it all the time. But I did play Dawn Trail on stream last year, literally a year ago, like right after Shadow of the Erd Tree. And I'm a huge fan of the series. Like, we did live stream Final Fantasy 16 2 years ago on PlayStation 5. And we did stream it a little bit when the PC version came out last year. So, yeah, like, to me, when I saw this, when I saw Final Fantasy, it's like, oh, Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering collab. I was like, okay, we got to do Final Fantasy and Magic the Gathering content now.
Please, E-Man.
What are you asking me to do though? I've already given you the instructions on what to do. Your total RAM capacity is 64 gigabytes, correct? If it's 64 gigabytes, it's pretty straightforward. 64 gigabytes of DDR5 is not that hard to get running with 4 sticks. So that's 4 times 16. That's not very hard to do. So, are you on the latest BIOS? That's one thing I forgot to ask. Because that's another thing that we should probably add to this list of things to do. Step 1, install the memory. Clear CMOS. I would say step 2.5. Update to the latest BIOS before loading Expo, I guess. I mean, are you on the latest BIOS? You're on the latest BIOS. Okay, so then all you have to do is do what was explained here. What is the actual problem? Oh, you're saying it's been 2 weeks you built the PC. The RAM is the problem. I can't get it on when I tried 466,000. Are you waiting long enough for it to train? 4 sticks takes like double the amount of time as 2 sticks. So what actually happens? Because in my videos, I'm pretty clear at showing you guys how long it takes for the memory to train when you have that much RAM. When you have 4 sticks of memory. It takes longer than 2 sticks. However, single rank is not going to take anywhere near as long as dual rank. It could be a bad RAM stick, but have you tested the 2 kits separately? Literally 64, like, you're doing this. You're basically doing this. This is even easier than what I show in the video. What I show in the video is this, which is slightly harder because it's a higher capacity. But I think it's the same procedure. As long as you're doing this, if you're doing 4 times 48 or 4 times 32, that is completely different. The instructions for that are completely different. So if this is what you're doing, if you're doing one of these 2 things, then all of this applies. Well, I mean, this is whatever, but... Only one kit works? The other one doesn't? If the other one doesn't, then you have a bad stick of RAM, like what HTZ is saying. You have defective memory, and one of those sticks is bad. They should both work separately. So what happens when you run... Have you tested every stick separately? Like, have you tested... Like, if I take this, for example, I'll have to redraw it, but if we do, like, let's say you've got... We'll use this area. Whoops, that's an oval. If you have 1, 2, 3, 4... Are you testing 1 stick here by itself? Oh, you're saying only one kit works at a time? Are you waiting long enough for its train when there's all 4 of them in there? You're on an MSI BIOS, which means the post kit. What's the motherboard? Code 15 means memory training. Code 15 means memory training. Are you waiting long enough for this to complete? Okay, X870, that means you have a postcode debug. I assume that has a postcode debug. I think it does. If the Tomahawk does, then most likely the Edge does have one. Yeah, I think you're not waiting long enough for it to train. I literally did this earlier today when I made that members video for the Gigabyte and then later the ASRock board with 4 sticks. It was 96 gigs total. Man, I'm gonna have to make another memory video because this is like another example of it's pretty straightforward. You only have 4 times 16 gigs. I don't know if you're waiting long enough for it to train. How long? Okay, can you explain to me when you put all 4 sticks, what happens? What happens? What do you see on the postcode? Do you see this?
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
No. What do you mean call right now? No. You haven't answered the question. When you have all 4 sticks installed and you turn on the computer after clearing the CMOS, what happens? Oh, actually, hold on. You did tell me earlier that you said that it works until you load Expo. So you load Expo, it's not working. Yeah, that usually means that this is set wrong. I've seen that happen on Gigabyte.
Where do we come from?
MSI might be similar, but I don't know. I think MSI does things a little differently. Usually, so for me, what I had to do was I had to set VDDIO equal to 1.35 volts, and then it started working on Gigabyte. So do I need to give you like specific voltage numbers? Okay, this is what I would tell you to do. Set DDR5 6000 as the memory multiplier. Set VDDIO equal to 1.35 volts. Set VDD equal 1.35 volts. Set VDDQ equal to 1.35 volts. Set. What I would tell you to do is do not load. Okay, if this is manual. This is manual instructions. Do not load Expo. Instead, manually set DDR5 to 6000. Set VDDIO 1.35, 1.35, 1.35. Then, yes, VDDIO is CPU VDDIO voltage. Yes. Also known as MEM S3 voltage. Set those 3, set, and then let it go. Don't change, don't set CL, don't set any of those things. Don't mess with TREFI. Don't even touch those things. Leave all those things on auto. What this will do is this will set you to JDAC cast latency like 46. Then once you're in the BIOS the second time and it's running at 6000, then you can set CAS equal either 30 or 32. Just for simplicity, we'll say 32. Then set. Hold on, where's my... This is the wrong memory kit, but we'll just say 39... Oh man, what was this? It was, hold on, where is my... Hardware info. Where is my hardware info? Why am I not able to find the mouse because of Genshin Impact being in the way? Oh boy, this is a problem. there we go. Memory only. Do not set CL28. That's probably the problem. You're probably not able to do CL28 with that much RAM.
Shadow. It's always there.
No, set it to cast 32. Hold on, I'm trying to find the table. Okay, here we go. Let me put this over here. Cast, aka TCL, equal 32. TRCD, or TRC. Is that right? TRC? No, not TRC. Yeah, TRCD. 39.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
TRP 39. Hold on. These are the manual settings for those who are running into problems. T set TRAS 102. TRC 141. These are for MSI. These are MSI specific. Yeah, that's you cannot do CL28 with 4 sticks like that. That'll probably not work. You're probably gonna have to run like way higher voltages or something, or like 1.4 VDDIO or some stupidly high number. So no. You're gonna be running at CL30 at best. Test these and see if it works. This will most likely work. I mean, we've had people come into the stream before and like, how are you running Monster Hunter Wilds without crashing? And you're running at like all these high settings and everything. And I'm like, well, because first of all, the secret is... And they're like, how are you doing 4 sticks of memory? It's not crashing Monster Hunter Wilds. And I'm like, well, the secret is I know what I'm doing. And the secret is actually don't run 1-to-1 ratio ever. If you're running 6400. That's the secret to 100% stability right there. CL30 is hard if you're trying to do... CL30 is actually doable. So that Oreo kit of RAM that I did a video about a few weeks ago, the Oreo kit that I have does CL30 at 6000. But see, like, if someone's having trouble, like in the scenario that we're troubleshooting right now, this is my go-to. This is what I tell them to do, and usually this works. This is, you know what I call these settings? Maybe I should do a video about these specific settings. Actually, this is meant to be 6400. 6400 with these settings. This is, you know why I'm telling people to do this? Because this is what I'm personally running. That's why. I'm personally running these settings. These are what I call the Game Tech live stream 100% stable for live stream settings. Because this is literally what we're running right now. And we don't have any of these problems. And we're running 4 sticks, 96 gigabytes total. And it works. Let me do one thing here. Going to open this computer up. We're going to take the side panel off.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
We are going to test the Nintendo Switch 2. This is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera. We're going to test this thing as a webcam on the floor here. So let me make sure I've got it connected. Hold on. Switch 2, where are you? Oh, wow, the Switch 2 camera is so good that it actually... Man, okay. Wow, this is a really nice camera. All right, let's do this. Switch 2. It's like, okay. Oh, I need more light or something. Hold on. There you go. Here you go, guys. This is the computer. MSI Godlike. Similar to Francisco's computer, running the MSI X870E Godlike. And right here, you guys can see, there it is, the Astral RTX 5090 with the quad fan. There is the Superflower LEDX 3, 1300 watt power supply. I removed the shroud down here because I want to ensure that the airflow from the bottom, from this intake fan over here, I want to ensure that that gets to my 12 volt high power connector on the power supply side, so it doesn't like cook itself or whatever. You have the sag bracket right there on the Asus ProArt 602 holding up this super heavy quad slot behemoth GPU. And then you've got the radiator up there, 360 AIO for the deep cool LT720 cooling the 9950X3D. This is what the front of it looks like. The ProArt. Down here we got dual 4K Thunderbolt Thunderbolt 3 4K 60 HDR capture cards. 4K 60 capture cards. One of them is connected to the PlayStation 5 Pro. The other one is connected to the Nintendo Switch 2 docking station. So I am someone who literally needs both of my 40 gigabit USB 4 ports on the back of the Godlike. This is the best capture card for live streaming console games at 4K 60 resolution while also being able to capture HDR color spectrum for the highest quality. So I'm using external. I used to have the internal capture card, but the internal, I was thinking of putting it back in here. You guys can see I still haven't put back on the whatever that bracket thing on the back of the motherboard is for the case, because I'm thinking of putting back the capture card. But if I'm going to install a second graphics card, I want to put in a second GPU. The problem is you guys can see how close that second PCIe slot, right in there, you can see the X8 slot on the Godlike is barely visible, which means if I install a second graphics card, the Astral will be starving for air. And I don't know if it's a good idea to starve a 600 watt GPU from air cooling. Like, I don't think that's a good idea. So that's why I haven't installed any second graphics card yet. I was thinking of installing a second GPU regardless, like maybe an AMD Radeon or something, or the Intel B580 could make its return. Because the nice thing about the B580, this 8-pin cable is just waiting for the B580 to return to the system, because the B580 is a single 8-pin. Yes, hashtag cable management. yeah, man. Look at that. Look at that cable management right there. That's some grade A, triple A title cable management right there. Yeah. The problem is I swap computer parts out so often that, to me, cable management, it's like if I do cable management, I'm just going to mess with the cables again in like a month, because I swap parts all the time for channel content, and that's the reason why. Like, eventually, I don't know what we're going to do. Like, this computer, for those wondering, this is supposed to be the Tech Thursdays computer, but because of the Astral content and the OLED testing and all this memory stuff, I have actually swapped the Tech Thursdays. So basically, this computer is currently now nothing more than a test gaming PC, and the Tech Thursdays computer is the X870E Hero with the Radeon RX 9070 XT from XFX. So yeah, this is the computer. It's hilarious. We are bringing this broadcast to you from the Nintendo Switch 2 game chat webcam or camera, or whatever they call it. I don't know. Like, this is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera quality. Look at that. This is the quality of the Nintendo Switch 2 camera accessory. Filming the Asus ProArt PA on a carpeted floor, sucking in all that dust for the power supply that's starved for air, trying to power an RTX 5090. So we've got the godlike with the dynamic dashboard, the infamous dynamic dashboard 3. Remember that thing earlier this year, like back in January? They finally fixed that problem. But there you guys can see the 4 sticks. Maybe turn this camera off. 4 sticks. G-Skill. DDR5, 96 gigabytes. 4 times 24 gigabytes. Godlike. The Dragon, Shenron. Or I guess, what is that guy? Sparky the Dragon from MSI. I think I call him Shenron. And then you got some stuff up here, and that's basically it. So that is the computer. So that's 4 sticks of memory on a godlike, on an MSI. You know video is good when the quality is like this. What? Small form factor build. The problem is I use so many computer parts. I mean, you guys, so here's the thing, like these capture cards, are so good. They're such good capture cards because if you're doing a small form factor, you don't have to worry about the capture card being included inside the PC. You can literally leave them outside. And look, my cable management is so top notch. Look at this. Look at that cable management, guys. Look at that wonderful cable management. These things aren't even flat on the floor. They're literally, they're literally propped on top of cables. They're literally angled on cables. Like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that cable management. Look at that. That's my 4K 60 HDR capture setup right there. That is professional. That is how professionals do it, man. That's it. That's the way it's done. This is like behind the scenes footage right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is how the pros do it. Dual 4K 60 capture cards. I don't know what I would do with the cabinet, to be honest. Like, I was thinking if I could get like a server rack, I would like to put this stuff in a server rack and have it like over here in the closet next to me. I don't know. I mean, we got the Switch 2. I think this one is the PS5 and this one, or PS5 Pro, and this one is the Switch 2. Depends on the yeah, actually, yeah, I can tell by the HDMI cable. Yeah. It's funny because I notice like everyone, all the people that are covering Switch 2, I can tell that they're using the exact same capture card as me. They're either using the internal capture card or they're using the external one that I have here. Because when you see the no signal screen, it's the same screen that I see, which means they're using the same capture card. This is the best capture card for the money because it's external and it's 4K 60 and it captures HDR. And because it requires USB 4, it has like no latency. All the USB 3.2, like 10 gig USB-C capture cards have higher latency on them because they're external. This thing is using something called PCIe tunneling, which is required on USB 4, which is the reason why there's very low latency. Basically, playing console games with these capture cards is basically the same as playing them directly on your TV because the latency is so low. Because the bandwidth is 40 gigabit bandwidth. It is so much bandwidth because it's USB 4. These capture cards require USB 4. So if you're going to use these capture cards, you must have a USB 4 interface on your motherboard. You cannot, or you have to have Thunderbolt 3 or Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 5. You cannot use these capture cards with standard USB-C. They will not work. They will not boot up. They'll get no lights. You'll think it's defective. But that's because it requires a technology called PCIe tunneling. Because basically, what these capture cards are is they are an external version of the internal AverMedia Live Gamer 4K taken out of the PC and put into an external enclosure. And then the PCIe X4 slot on the card is soldered to a conversion board that converts it to Thunderbolt 3. And remember, Thunderbolt 3 is the same thing as USB 4. Intel invented Thunderbolt initially for Apple. And then Intel donated Thunderbolt 3 specifications to USB so that it could become an open standard, and that is what USB 4 is. So any Thunderbolt 3 device is 100% backwards or forwards compatible with USB 4. And this is because I have knowledge of this. I can straight up buy these capture cards with no fear of them not working with my godlike motherboard on an AMD platform, even though these are Thunderbolt 3 capture cards, because I know how the spec works. So I can use an AMD platform with an Intel Thunderbolt 3 capture card, 2 of them in fact, and they both work 100% fine. And that's how we have streamed all of the Switch 2 games since the Switch 2 launched last week, or 2 weeks ago now. And that is how you guys have seen me live stream all of the PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro exclusive games, including next week's Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 we will be live streaming on PS5 Pro, utilizing the capture card on the right there. Okay, so that... okay, so we're done with that. Where's the camera? I don't even know where the camera... Oh, it's like way over here. Yeah, that Switch 2 camera is pretty nice, because it's like... It has like a thing that closes. I know this because I played Welcome Tour. I literally played 100% of Welcome Tour. And I'm one of the few people... I'm like one of the 5 people that actually like played Switch 2 Welcome Tour all the way to completion. So I'm like fully certified. I feel like I'm Nintendo Switch 2 certified. It's like getting a tech certification. I'm certified in Nintendo Switch 2. Like, I know everything about all the peripherals, all the accessories, everything about the console, the SoC, it's NVIDIA based, all that stuff. So, because it's all in Welcome Tour. The screen, the integrated screen on the console, the HDR 100, the 1080p, up to 120 FPS, 120 hertz. Okay, so let's go back. It runs at 6,000 into window. What are we doing? So, does it work now? Does it work? The memory? No, don't mess with TREFI. Leave TREFI on auto. Do not touch TREFI. Oh, the question about the water cooling. We are water cooling the CPU. The CPU is water cooling. His voltages, if he followed the instructions, the voltages should be fine. They're literally right here. Oh, I guess the only other one was VSOC. VSOC should be auto.
Even time itself.
VSOC should be auto. I mean, maybe set it to 1.2, but I don't think that's necessary. If he's doing UCLK equals half MCLK, then I think auto VSOC is fine. Otherwise, you need to set okay, maybe it's one of the... What's a CPU again? Is the CPU 9950X 3D?
The abyss is like the world's
No,
shadow.
if it's one of the newer
always there,
CPUs,
and it will never perish.
then VSOC needs to be 1.23 volts. If that's what it is. But usually a VSOC issue will manifest as instability in games or something. Like a blue screen crash. I don't know if he's following all the instructions though. Like that's the thing. Like the instructions are literally all here, but I mean this is it. These are all the instructions. Basically, if someone wants to do 4 sticks, they need to do all of this.
And where are we going?
And then if this isn't working, then they basically do step 1, step 2, step 2.5 if it's not on the latest BIOS, and then set FCLK, set UCLK, and then do all of this stuff. And then it works. That's like the alternative, but then that's like manual settings. Anyway, I think that covers it, guys. I did not realize we would do like a full troubleshooting session on like memory. I didn't even get a chance to even do anything in Genshin Impact. No, he shouldn't be doing... See, like, okay, here's the thing. I'm literally stating to ignore Expo, and I'm literally saying to do this. Like, these are in my instructions as part of the troubleshooting. If he's doing CL28, then that's not going to work. That's not going to work. Especially if he's trying to do like 1.35 volts. Because that's not going to work. CL28 is going to be like 1.4 or 1.45 volts. This is a G-Skill kit. Yeah, that CL28 is not going to work. Like that, if you're doing 4 sticks or whatever. Like, I don't think that's going to work. Not with the voltages that I'm telling him to use. $9800X 3D. Usually VSOC 1.2 is good enough, but you know, I don't know. The 9950X3 that I have needs 1.23. Hold on, where's my... Where'd it go? Oh, it's down here. Hold up. Where's Zen timings? The problem with Zen timings, though, is it often shows the wrong... Yeah, like Zen timings, at least the version that I'm using, doesn't show the correct VDDIO, so it's not going to look correct, but it has all the stuff. Except VDDIO is wrong, so I guess Harbor Info would be a better example. For what? For voltages? Now, if you're doing CL28, you're going to be like 1.4 or higher. And then the problem is going to become like the actual voltage. I mean the temperature, not voltage. So, yeah, I don't know what settings he's doing right now, but, you know, like, to me, it's pretty clear. It's pretty easy what to do. Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers by the end of next month. I didn't even know that was coming out next month. I thought it was August. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do in August. Like I have to look up a lot of those games because I may cover Wu Chang. I don't know about the other ones though. Oh, Metal Gear probably. I'll do that one. I don't know about I haven't played the Hell Is Us demo, so I don't know if it's good or not. Someone told me it feels clunky. It doesn't feel smooth like a From Software game or a Team Ninja game. It feels more like Lies of P. It's like it feels way more weighted and slowed down. You like the demo? Yeah, I'm trying to find out like is that memory working now? I agree with HTZ though. Like if you truly want to run CL28, you're going to have to drop to like 5600 probably. Because you're going to have to keep your ratio around like 200, like 56 divided by 28. Yeah, that's the magic. So let me teach you guys a quick rule of thumb way to do like memory calculations, like how to determine if your memory is good, like if you're doing a good memory ratio, if that makes sense, like latency versus actual bandwidth. So here is an easy way to do it.
The abyss is
It's called, you got to use the
It's
calculator.
always there, and it will never
So the rule of
perish.
thumb is you want to try to be around 200. The higher the number, the better. So for example, I personally run, okay, so you guys, if you guys have watched my memory videos, we usually have talked about DDR5 8000 in the past. DDR5 8000 cast latency 40 is what I recommend for those who want to run DDR5 8000. Why? Because 8000 divided by 40 equals the magic 200. 200 is the magic number. If you come out with a number 200, that means you have very, very above average performance on your PC. If your number is less than 200, it could be average or below average, depending on what the number is. It'll usually be like 100 something. And if your number is above 200, anything greater than 200 is insanely high performance in terms of memory bandwidth per latency. So 8000 cast latency 40 equals 200. This is the magic benchmark. If you can get close to 200, that means you have very high performance. That means you can match or get very close to DDR5 8000. So my personal choice for 2 sticks of 48 gigabytes total is DDR5 8000 cast latency 40 equals 200. This is the magic number. Back in the day, I used to run Intel Haswell i7 4770K DDR3 1600, 4 sticks of 4 gigabytes each. So that's 4 times 4. That's 16 gigabytes of DDR3. Cast latency 9. So my magic number on my old Haswell system was 178, which is less than 200, which is about average performance back in the year 2014, 2015, that time frame. So now, let's do another example. My old AMD FX 8350 overclocked to 4.7 or 4.8 gigahertz was running DDR3 1866 at cast latency 9. So the magic number on my old FX 8350 was 207. This is above 200. That means my FX 8350 with DDR3 1866 cast latency 9 was very high performance for memory back in 2013. Let's do another example. My AMD Ryzen 1800X, the Ryzen 7 1800X, the first generation of Zen. I was running Samsung B-Die G-Skill Flare X DDR4 4 sticks at 3200 DDR4 cast latency 14, 4 sticks total, which is 4 times 8 gigabytes per stick, means 32 gigabytes total. This is a massive 228. This is much higher than 200. This is the reason why Samsung B-Die was the best RAM back in the DDR4 era, and everyone on Ryzen, all the way up to the 5800X3D, sought out the magic Samsung B-Die because it had a very high performance ratio. The bandwidth to latency ratio was very good, 228.
All things
I used
come
that
to an
all the
end.
way until I doubled up to 64 gigabytes on the 5800X. I was still running 3200. This is a different G-Skill kit. This was 4 times 16 gigabytes. So each stick was 16 gigabytes. So I was running 64 gigabytes with a Ryzen 7 5800X on an X570 Crosshair 8 Hero Wi-Fi at cast latency 16, which means my 5800X was at the magic 200 number. So now we go to the modern platform. So I'm currently running, we've already given the example of 8000, CL40 is also 200. But I'm running 4 sticks of RAM. You cannot run 4 sticks at 8000. It is too much. Like Jensen Huang said, it's too much. So instead, we run 6400 at cast latency 32. And the magic number is maintained at 200. This is personally what I am running right now on the computer that we are live streaming on this very moment on the Godlike with 4 sticks. So 6400, 4 sticks, total of 96 gigabytes. So it's all single rank. Cast latency 32. The magic number of 200 is maintained. So I always try to stay right around 200 because I know that it reduces the variability. The likelihood of instability is vastly reduced. I don't have to worry about that. And when you're live streaming in front of a large crowd, you don't want to be blue screening or crashing in games while you're live because you'll look like a fool. So everything needs to be 100% stable. So this is the reason why I operate on these principles. So the magic number is 200. Let's give another example. What if somebody was running DDR5 6000, cast latency 32? Now they're getting a number of 187.5. This is what I consider the average for DDR. Well, okay, this is still kind of above average. We'll do some other examples. So the official spec for, well, okay, I'll give you guys an example of my very first DDR5 kit. My very first DDR5 kit that I purchased back in 2022 for the launch of the Ryzen 7000 series. So my 7950X with an X670E Gigabyte Aorus Master was running DDR5 5600 at cast latency 30. This comes out to 186.6 repeated, so that's about 187 or 186.6. So this is what I consider kind of like the average performance level for someone who wants to build a gaming PC. I think most people that are going to be like sticking with more budget RAM and they don't want to go outside of spec. So if you're on Zen 5, the official supported maximum speed for single rank or dual rank 1D PC is 5600. So this is considered the maximum supported by AMD themselves. This is certified to work with 100% stability at 5600. Now you can go lower latency for better performance, or you can go higher latency for cheaper memory. So on average, I've seen, so let's do another example. So I'll give you guys kind of like the actual bone stock average for JDEC. So 5200. So my Corsair Vengeance DDR5 is a 64 gigabyte kit. So that's dual rank, 2 times 32 gigabytes. So that's 64 with two 32 gig sticks. This Corsair Vengeance XMP profile specifies 5200 at cast latency 40. So the performance of the Corsair Vengeance kit that I have is only 130. This is the memory kit that I run with the 7800 X3D on an ASRock Steel Legend motherboard. Now, we have not really showcased that in a long time, but that is what I'm running in there. And you can see 130 is significantly less than 200, but this is what I consider like almost like if someone was going to buy a pre-built system or a Dell OEM or something running like a JDEC or slightly better than JDEC, it would be something like this where the number will be closer to 100 than 200. So DDR5 5200 at cast latency 40. So the timings are like 40, 77, 77, 77, etc. 40, 40, 40, 77, I think is the numbers. So those are like a JDEC profile. This is still not terrible, but this is the max official supported spec for the Ryzen 7000 CPUs. They were spec'd to handle up to 5200 as the maximum official speed. Anything above 5200 was not guaranteed and was considered overclocking on Zen 4. Zen 5 increased this number to 5600. Now, if we're talking Intel, the Intel 12th Gen supports maximum of 4800. This is the maximum speed expected on a 12900K. Anything above 4800 is not supported. It is buyer beware. It is like you're on your own. Good luck if you can get it to go above 4800 on a 12900K. Now with Raptor Lake 13900K, massively improved from 4800 all the way to 5600. So currently Zen 5 and Intel's 14th Gen both support a maximum speed of 5600 DDR5. So if we take 5600 divided by cast latency 30, you get 186. So on average, the average gamer is probably running somewhere from 130 to 190. That is what I consider the average range for a gaming PC. Anything above that range is considered enthusiast class territory, and it is heavily overclocked, and it is technically running out of spec. So all the content that we have covered on the channel is enthusiast class performance because we are exceeding 186. We are doing stuff like, 6000 CL 30, 6400 CL 32, 8000 CL 40. See where I'm going with this? I always try to stay around 200 because I know that 200, it is beyond the average gamer's capabilities. So this is enthusiast class territory, but it is also very obtainable for someone who wants to put in the effort to learn how to do this. I'm not asking somebody to do 230, so let's get some crazy numbers here. So 6000 cast latency 26. 230. This is so hard to pull off. This is so above average. Like, this, good luck trying to get that to run stable without active cooling, because that is going to be a nightmare to test for stability on a lot of different systems with a lot of higher ambient temperatures under full load. Because oftentimes it's not about the timings or the frequency. It's about the temperature of the memory. The hotter the memory, the higher this number, the harder it is to run with full guaranteed stability. So this is the reason why we typically don't showcase these sort of ratios, because I can see it now. I make a video showing, you know, like DDR5 6000 CL26, and then a bunch of people start commenting saying that they've got blue screens and crashing, they can't figure out, and they're asking for help. And it's, lo and behold, it's because they're running a very high ambient temperature, high voltage, poor airflow, no direct cooling on the RAM, and that's the reason why it's not working. So meaning it has nothing to do with the settings are correct, it's the physical environment that the memory is operating in that is becoming the limiting factor. So that's the reason why we don't really advocate for like super tight cast latency for various reasons like that. Like another one would be, you know, like, okay, the example tonight, you know, 6,000 cast latency 28. Well, guess what? 214. That is way above average. You know, 214, that is above the 200 magic number. So it's like, yeah, that'll work, but it's like, do you have active cooling? Do you know what your voltages are running? Is the memory controller actually capable of doing that at a given VSOC voltage or a VDDIO voltage? You know, those are the sort of questions that I would ask if someone was going to do this. Typically, if someone is going to be doing this sort of number, they're probably going to be running 1.4 volts or higher on VDD and VDDQ, and they're probably also going to have to run VSOC at like 1.2. MCLK needs to be in a 2-to-1 ratio, and they need to have, I don't know about active cooling because it's like only 6,000, but the VDDIO is probably going to be 1.4 volts at this point. So, yeah, that's why I don't really advocate for those weird ratios that go way above 200. So, okay, 8,000 divided by 38, that's 210. That is going to require 1.4 volts, most likely. That's not going to work at 1.35. It might even require 1.45 or 1.43. And I can tell you right now, that's going to require active cooling. You're not going to be running CL38 while playing a game for like hours with the GPU pumping a lot of waste heat over that RAM at that cast latency, at that speed, you know, with the higher voltage. That's totally not going to work unless you have active direct cooling on the RAM. That's most likely going to be 1.4 or 1.45 for CL38. CL38 is very... So, oh, man, like, okay, we were talking about 6,000 CL26. 8,000 CL38 is harder to do than 6,000 CL26, even though CL26 has a higher number, like it's 230 versus 210. Because 8,000 inherently is just a much higher frequency than 6,000, and you're trying to ask it to do even higher, I mean, even lower latency. That is hard to do. That is a tall order. There is a kit. Okay, well, that's a very... Okay, so if G-Skill is able to do that, then that means that is a very high band kit. That is some, like, golden sample memory modules that they've got. If they're able to do CL38 on 8,000 at 1.35. That is probably very expensive RAM, I would imagine. A 48 gigabyte kit. It's weird because, like, I haven't seen a lot of CUDIM with low latency. If anything, CUDIM has, like, really bad latency. It's like higher latency because the clock driver takes up more, like, there's just more operations. There's just more components in play. So, yeah, that kit sounds like it's probably going to be expensive. But hopefully this is useful info. This is the sort of info that you're not going to find on your average, like, most of the mainstream tech channels. They're not going to talk about stuff like this. This is very specific overclock style content, what we're talking about here. Like, how to eyeball a memory performance tier. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm teaching you guys literally how to look at a memory kit, do the math in your head. Basically, it's like, is it greater than 200 or less than 200? But realistically, 200 is what I personally use because it's an easy number to remember. You know, like, is it better than 200 or is it less than 200? But average is like 160, anywhere from like 130 to 190 is like an average gamer PC. You know, like, that's a normie PC. So it's like, if you're enthusiasts, like, you're gonna be at like 200. You're already like beyond the norm at 200. $64 gigs, 6,000. I'm surprised that requires 1.45. 6,000 CL30, 1.45. Usually it's 1.4, not 1.45. So that, to me, that's either older memory or it is a lower bin kit. It'll work. It'll work. The problem is 1.45 generates a lot of heat unnecessarily. So that kit specifically is not a good kit for overclocking, because if it's starting at 1.45, there is not a lot of margin. You can't really overclock it beyond that. It's literally maxed out of the box at 6,000 CL30 1.45, because it's like there's no margin. Versus if someone bought like a 6,000 CL30 at like 1.4 or 1.35, they could try to tighten that to like CL26, because they could just crank the voltage to 1.45 and it'll probably work. Yeah, that's yeah. Well, because it's only 6,000, it'll probably be okay. Usually the problem arises when you're running a high voltage like 1.45 and you're trying to run the CL like really, you know what I'm saying, like CL26, CL28, or DDR5 8000 at CL38. Like that's when you're running into a problem with lousy airflow. 1.45 with a strong air cooler, that's better. I mean, that's definitely better, because the air cooler. See, the thing, guys, about air coolers are just so much more practical than liquid coolers. You don't have to worry about the pump failing. You don't have to deal with like the potential of having to swap it in like 3 years because of permeability and loss of fluid. You know, like, the other thing too with air is, not only do you have peace of mind that it's never going to leak, the air cooler itself provides auxiliary airflow for your memory, because the fans are in close proximity to the memory. They're physically right next to the RAM. So you get the benefit of that. So usually, someone running a really big air cooler, like a Noctua D15, they don't have to worry about active cooling for the RAM, because they're already cooling the RAM indirectly because of their CPU air cooler. Now, if you're running a liquid cooler, you don't have that benefit, because the radiator's fans typically are further away. They're usually above the RAM, so they're top mounted. They're used as exhaust fans. So they're literally just pulling the hot air from the GPU up over the RAM and then out. They're not pushing like colder air from the front of the case toward the back of the case, like how an air cooler does it. So that's the reason why liquid cooling is not... Liquid cooling plus like high RAM overclocks is kind of a recipe for disaster if someone doesn't understand the airflow and they don't know that 1.45 volts is typically, especially with tighter timings, and on top of that, if there's someone who tries to go and copy someone maxing out TREFI, they're just setting themselves up for a disaster in terms of blue screening and crashing in games, because they have no idea that their memory is literally running errors because it's overheating, and they don't know that. The Thermalright's really good. Thermalright has a really good one. The Noctua Gen 2 is really good. Noctua, I think, is supposed to come out with like another cooler, but I don't know when it's coming out. Deepcool was good. You can't buy them in North America right now, but they were good. Deepcool has like a new one. We can't really talk about it. I don't really know the name of it because it's
Where
not
do we
sold
come
in the
from?
US.
And where are we going?
I think Deep Cool is rebranding though to be able to sell. I forget exactly what the timeline is on that. Yeah, Peerless Assassin is very good. Phantom is the better one though. Yeah, Thermal Right's really good though. Noctua is good though. I'll be honest, like Noctua is expensive, but like the thermal mass on the big fat Noctua D15, and the fact that it's like you can technically use whatever fans you want if you don't like the Noctua fans. So like you could put like a Scythe, Gentle Typhoon, or an Arctic Freezer fan or whatever you want to put on there, and it'll work. I mean, it's probably not going to have the same noise characteristics as the Noctua, but I've heard some people don't actually like the noise characteristic of the Noctua fans. Noctua customer support is very good though. And the nice thing about Noctua is if you ever end up in a situation where, like this happened to me for both the AM, was it AM5? Okay, it happened to me for AM4 years ago when Ryzen first launched. I had a Noctua D14 and Noctua literally sent me the AM4 mounting kit for free. I just had to provide them a proof of purchase of the D14. Like I basically had to send them the invoice of when I bought the D14, which was like 5 years old at that point. And they literally shipped me for free the AM4 mounting kit. I had to do a similar thing when Intel's Z690 12th gen Alder Lake launched, because Intel changed the shape of their socket and the shape of the screw holes. So I had to do the same thing for the D15, and Noctua sent me for free the Intel LGA 1700 mounting kit. So yeah, man, Noctua is, they're expensive, but they're good. They're good. I think Noctua is Austrian, not German. When using D15, what is your opinion for turning the first fan on top of the case to an air intake? Oh, you're talking about a chimney style? So you're talking about turn it 90 degrees, so it sucks air from the bottom from the GPU and pushes it out the top? Is that what you're saying? That's what I do on Threadripper, FYI. The funny thing is, these lower end CPUs that I'm using for the mainstream systems, like the one we're streaming on right now with the Godlike, this thing's on a 360 AIO. But my Threadripper system, that's on a Noctua air cooler. Yes, Threadripper is not going to go on liquid. I ain't putting a super expensive, like, high-end workstation on liquid. Unless I absolutely have to, because, like, why would I do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that thing needs uptime, it needs reliability, it needs peace of mind, and if it can be air-cooled, it's going to be air-cooled. So my Threadripper is air-cooled with a Noctua cooler, and it's chimney style. It's basically Xbox Series X style. So, here, hold on, let's do this. Ooh, I need to find that video. Let me find the video real quick. I gotta remember what the video was. Oh, it's gonna be NVMe. I think it was like a NVMe. Yeah, how to add. I gotta find the part. Yeah. Okay, so I'll show you guys. Here we go. This is my Threadripper computer. This is the thread. Well, this is similar to how it is. It's not actually. It's changed a little bit. But what I wanted to show you guys is the chimney style. The chimney style air cooler right here. You guys can see the massive Noctua air cooler The fans are mounted vertically. So we have, right here, we have a bifurcated X4, 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 X4 PCIe NVMe card. Then we have a graphics card. Then we have an AverMedia 4K capture card. Then we have a second graphics card in this computer. So I'm running dual GPUs, running an AMD 79. Now, granted, this video was from April of last year. So the computer itself has changed a bit. Like the stuff inside here is actually not what's shown here. Some of it's still in here, but like a lot of it's different now. But you guys can see the air flows from top to bottom. The air cooler is basically like Xbox Series X in that it pulls in air from below and it pushes it out the top like a chimney style. That is how I handle my Threadripper system. So you can see we have a Radeon 7900 XTX graphics card here, AverMedia Live Gamer 4K, and then we have an Intel Arc A770. So we got Radeon and Intel dual graphics cards in there. And we got that big old heatsink on that Threadripper 24 core, 48 thread, 350 watt TDP CPU.
All things come to an end, even time itself.
Yeah, we don't have a problem with air because we have... So, okay, first of all, the case in this video is not the correct case for what's currently in the Threadripper system. But this is the LanCool 3. This is the Lian Li LanCool 3. And you can see it has triple 140 millimeter fans in the front. So we got 3 front intakes literally pushing air directly into the case. We have a single exhaust fan at the back. That is the only exhaust fan. I do not have any fans at the top of the case. So all the air coming in comes in from the front, and then it exits out the back, either through this rear 140 millimeter fan, or from these vents right here. And then the CPU cooler is a chimney style, so it's pushing air out toward the top. That is how my HEDT system is handled. Now, I guess there is an Arctic Freezer air cooler that would go from front to back airflow, like your traditional Noctua air cooler. But so far, to me, this is like a win-win. The reason why this is kind of like a secret special way of handling this is because what is not shown here is the RAM. The RAM is physically under the top fan and physically under the bottom fan. We have 2 sticks of memory under this fan, and we have 2 sticks of memory under this fan. So the memory is also getting indirectly cooled by those 2 giant fans from the Noctua cooler. And then on top of that, the current system has an RTX 4090 Founders Edition with that dreaded 12-volt high-power cable. Now, the nice thing about the Noctua air cooler in the position that it's in is the 12-volt is literally right here, and this giant fan is literally cooling the 12-volt high-power cable from the RTX 4090. So this is another reason why I really like air coolers, because this is direct cooling on the connector. So I'm not actually worried about the connector melting on the GPU end. I'm actually worried about the connector melting on the power supply end. But in that scenario, in that specific computer, I'm using a Corsair HX 1200 watt power supply that doesn't have a native cable. So I'm using the Corsair official adapter cable. and they've got the 12 volt that goes to the GPU, and then on the other end, on the PSU side, it's dual of those older big 6-pin. So I'm not too worried about those cables on the PSU melting, because I'm not using a 12 volt plugging in to the power supply. It's the standard Corsair Type 4 connectors. So that is the reason, that is how I run my Threadripper system, for peace of mind and 100% reliability, despite using an RTX 4090 in there with that dreaded faulty cable that is prone to melting, because I have direct air cooling courtesy of the Noctuous fan right up against that 12 volt power connector. So that is how I do that. I think this is the last. Oh, there was a newer video. There was a newer video, now that I think about it, of the Threadripper. It was the USB 4 video. Yeah, it was the USB 4 video. I gotta find that one. All right, it was this video, guys. This is the one that I meant to show you. So the USB 4 PCIe Gen 4 card for the Asus, I plugged that. Basically, the video is showing like how to add USB 4 and Thunderbolt to your Threadripper computer. And then, but what I wanted to show is, there we go. That's what I wanted to show you guys. So you can see, this is actually how the computer is today. Today, we have the same Threadripper, but look at this. The 12 volt cable is right here. Look at the fan. Look at that giant air fan directly right next to the 12 volt connector, cooling my cable connector, so I don't have to worry about it melting. So we have the 4090 Founders Edition. We have the AMD Radeon Pro W7500 Professional Workstation Graphics Card. So we still have dual graphics cards. We have a 4090 Founders. We have a Radeon Pro, blower style, single slot, no 8-pin. It runs strictly off the motherboard connector. Then we have the USB 4 for Thunderbolt for the capture cards, effectively. So we got USB 4, dual 40 gig USB 4, plus DisplayPort pass-through, all that good stuff on this card right here. And then the very bottom card is a Asus PCIe, I forget what they call it. They have like a special name. Hyper M.2 Asus 4x4x4x4. So you can run 4 SSDs in this bifurcated capture, or not capture card, NVMe card down here with the fan. So I'm not running the fan, it's turned off. And I've got 4 M.2 drives in there. So I'm running 4 M.2s in that card. I've got 3 M.2s on the motherboard. So I'm literally running 7 M.2 drives on this Threadripper system. And if I wanted to run an 8th M.2, I could plug it in via Slim SAS for enterprise storage compatibility. So that is what it takes. That is what it's like. That is a look at what a power user setup looks like for a true high-end desktop.
Even time itself.
So it's fully air-cooled. Everything's air-cooled. The GPU, the 4090 and the Threadripper have that, like, you know, bottom to up airflow style. And then the two cards down here have their blower style exhaust. So they're completely independent. They don't mess with, they don't dump any heat into the case. They just exhaust it out the back. So that is what that looks like. You're going to buy Meshify 3XL when AM6 comes out. Black Myth Wukong, you're amazed how good the Transformer model looks at 4K. I need to look up a list of games that run the Transformer model natively without having to do any modifications. You know what I need to test? The game I really want to test with the RTX 5090 is Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16 is a game that couldn't like, okay, hold up. Now I gotta show you guys, where is it? Final Fantasy 16. Because I thought about this. Because of Magic the Gathering and the Final Fantasy collab, I started thinking about playing Final Fantasy 16 again. So Final Fantasy 16, man, I gotta end the stream. We're like almost at 4 hours. Like, we didn't even get a chance to play Stellar Blade. Like, not at all. Like, I barely even did anything in Genshin. I literally just sat in Genshin in the lobby and did literally nothing. Okay, Final Fantasy 16 benchmark review, 35 GPUs tested. This was September last year. This is the PC version. Check this out. Look at the VRAM. Final Fantasy 15. 4K Ultra uses 12.5 gigs of VRAM with FrameGen almost 14 gigs of VRAM. Final Fantasy 16, one of the hardest games. This is by far the hardest Final Fantasy game to run ever. We look at the performance, skip all the way down to 4K because that's the true enthusiast resolution. Check this out. Dude, the 4090 manages 54 frames per second in Final Fantasy 16 4K Ultra. 4090 brought to its knees last year in September by Final Fantasy 15. Yeah, Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 15 is pretty hard to run too. But Final Fantasy 16 4K 4090 54 frames per second. 54 frames per second at 4K. The 5080, even worse. It's probably only doing like 47 frames per second. Or like 46 or somewhere. Maybe 49. Definitely not 50. Definitely less than 50 on a 5080 in this game. But the 5090 might be able, it's most likely capable of breaking 60 FPS in this title. But this is the sort of game that I want to test with the 5090. Because this is a game worth testing. I mean, when you look at the 6900 XT is doing 31 consoles is doing quality mode PS5 31 FPS on a 6900 XT. The 7900 XTX 43.6 frames per second. So it's like 10 to 11 frames, 10 and a half frames lower than the 4090. The 4080, 42 frames per second. The 3090 Ti, the mighty 3090 Ti, 37.5 frames per second. It's somehow rival the 7900 XT, 37 frames per second. And it just goes down from there. Where is Intel A770? 16 frames per second. But oddly enough, this is one game where the A770 actually beats the 7600 XT. Granted, it's one frame, but it wins by like one frame. So, wow. 9070 XT should be around 4080, yeah. It'll be like 42. It'll be like 41, 40. It might even be the same as the XTX. It might be 40. I would guess anywhere from 41 to like 43 for the 9070 XT. It's weird because sometimes the 9070 XT actually does better than the XTX in some games. That would be another one worth testing though. That's a good one to test. That one might actually do better than XTX. It might do like the same as the 4080. It might do one. It might be like 41. It might be worse than the 4080. It really just kind of depends. But yeah, this is a game I definitely want to retest. I really want to go back and look at this. All because of Magic the Gathering, man. It's all I blame Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering makes me want to go back and play Final Fantasy 16 on PC again at 4K. At true 4K. Native 4K. None of this upscaling nonsense. Like true native 4K. Show me the numbers. Native 4K. DLAA, whatever. DLAA, AMD native AA. As long as it's 4K native. That's all that matters. Because this is a game that is so hard to run. Like, do they have, did they even do the upscaling stuff? Do they even do DLSS in here? I know it's in here, but, like, did they do it? I guess they didn't even test it. They didn't even test it. The performance was so bad, it was like, oh, man. Well, we can technically look at this. It's like, okay, this 1440p is basically DLSS quality at 4K or FSR quality at 4K. So these are, like, the 4K quality numbers. So it's like, this is basically how I played the game last year, was using FSR 3 quality. I didn't like the way DLSS looked in this game. So even on the 4090, I was using FSR 3 because I thought FSR 3, because of the sharpness meter, it was able to make it look a lot more crisp. So it looked a lot more like native when you crank the sharpness. But yeah, this was definitely a game where FSR looked a lot better than DLSS. DLSS looked too smeared, is the word that I would use. Like, too many things in the background look smeared with DLSS in Final Fantasy 16. So these are like basically quality preset numbers. So yeah, so at 4K with like quality preset, which means 4040p upscaled to 4K. The XTX, this is how I was able to stream the game last year. Because I remember I streamed most of my playthrough with the 7900 XTX. I think we also used the 4080 Super for like the middle of the game. We started the game with the XTX. We played the middle of the game, like the desert region, with the 4080 Super. And then we went back to the XTX like in the late game. And they were both basically the same. You guys can see here. It's like 64 on the XTX and 63 on the Super. Oh, DLSS is made to soften the image so you don't see ghosting. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the soft image, though. It makes me feel like I'm playing a Nintendo Switch game. If you know what I'm saying. It makes me feel like it's low res. I mean, I'm the guy who showed people how to make Monster Hunter Wilds look a lot better than Monster Hunter World. And the secret was to use FSR 3 or FSR 4 if you had the 9070 XT and crank the sharpness to 100%. That was the secret. I don't know why Capcom sets the sharpness so blurry low, so soft, and that's why people are like, man, this game looks last gen. This game looks like PS4. This game looks worse than World. And it's like, that's not Capcom, because they stupidly set the sharpness way too low. And then most people are using DLSS because they're on GeForce, and not knowing that GeForce makes an already soft image look even softer. Hence all the complaints. Why does this game look so bad? Meanwhile, like, you turn it on, you crank up the FSR sharpness to max out, and then the game all of a sudden looks next gen, or at least current gen. So, yeah, we'll be... Speaking of Monster Hunter Wilds, we will be returning to Monster Hunter Wilds soon. Because I don't know how it aligns with Death Stranding 2. But Monster Hunter is coming out with a title update again. So we will be live streaming. We will basically be compelled to live stream. It will be compulsory for me to live stream Monster Hunter Wilds again on this channel. So yes, we will be devoting more time to a game that I already have like almost 220 hours in. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of games that I haven't even been able to touch yet. So, and for that, we will probably, well, we will look at it on the 5090, but we will most likely be looking at FSR 4 on the 9070 XT. No, Wilds does look better than World. It's just people have nostalgia for World. The problem is, if you were playing the game at 1080p, World looks better. World looks better at lower resolutions than Wilds. Wilds only looks good at 4K. Capcom made some really weird design decisions for that game, and that's the reason, like, they're paying the price for it now with all the criticisms. Either way, that game's gonna end up on, like, game of the year list. It's not. I don't think it's gonna win, but I think because this year has a lot of games, but I don't think like in terms of like games that really stand out. I think this year has a really short list. I do agree, Nero. I do think something about World's colors popped. The thing is, if you ran volumetric fog maxed out on World, then to me it looked no different from Wilds in terms of the colors. You know, well, I'm curious to know though. Coming up, speaking of Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 on PS5 Pro, they have already declared that it has enhancements. I really want to know what those enhancements are.
It's always there, and it will never perish.
Man, I haven't even got a chance to do anything in this game, but I guess it's whatever. It's not. Oh wait, I don't want to max on this, so I need to. I guess the one thing I'll do in here, I need to go back to the. I'm like way on the other side of the town. Let me go back. But yeah, I'm curious to know, like, for the PlayStation 5 Pro, what are the enhancements that it will get for Monster Hunter Wild? Or not Monster Hunter Wild, for Death Stranding 2. Like, will it use PSSR? I'm pretty sure it's going to need PSSR to maintain 60 frames per second. The nice thing about that game, though, is it is using the Decima engine, which is a very good engine for running games on PlayStation 5. Because it literally is the Sony engine. It is the PlayStation engine. Have you secretly downloaded mods? I have not downloaded any mods for Stellar Blade, and I probably won't because I don't have any time. Like, I don't have any time to play that game. To be honest, like I already 100%ed that game on PS5 and PS5 Pro. I don't feel the need to play that game again. Like it's just, there's just too many other newer games. Like I played some of Stellar Blade on PC. I mean, hold on. Where is it? Did I use up the stuff on here? Did I not do my... Hold on. Did I not do the dailies? Oh, I did. Hold on. Let me claim the rewards. The daily rewards. The Primo Gems. So at least I get some Primo Gems from logging in. Hold on. Let's go into Stellar Blade. Let me get out of this. Where is... Elden Ring Night Rain. No, not Elden Ring Night Rain. Anybody here still playing Elden Ring Night Rain? I haven't been able to play much of Stellar Blade on PC, though, because there's like too many other games. So, alright, we're going to load up Stellar Blade. Where is it? Here we go. Is it loading? Oh, okay, it is. Oh, this is in the way. Okay. Okay, so I have barely done anything in this game. See, I really wish by combining, like, because they ask you, do you want to, like, merge your PlayStation account with Steam or whatever? Like, you want to link the two of them? I wish they would have just let me, like, copy my save file from PlayStation 5, because I literally already had everything unlocked, and I didn't really feel like replaying the entire game from the start again. But it's like, no, apparently linking your account doesn't do that. So it's like, it's like, I don't even have double jump. I can't double jump. So it's like, doing some of the, like, looking for some of the stuff is a real pain because I can't do the puzzle. Because I can't do the double jump. So, here, let's just do... Hold on. What do we gotta do in here again? Hold on, what was I trying to do? I don't even remember what I was trying to do. Like, that's the problem with this game. Like, you don't... I'm supposed to do... Okay, see, like, I was doing this. I was doing the photo challenges. I was just rushing them down because I already did all of them on the PlayStation. And I can't do this one. I literally can't do this one. Because you need to have the double jump to get this one, and I don't have double jump. So then that forced me to have to play through the story. And it's like, I still don't have double jump. So I think I need to do... Altis Levior. Or whatever, do this. I have to go in here. This is the level where you have to use the gun, and you can't, like, use the thing, if I remember correctly, but I don't know, like, whatever. Let's see, did I open this? I thought I opened this. Apparently, I did not open that. Okay. I did not know that that was locked. Okay. Yeah, I still remember how to play this game. I think. You gotta look for the Vitcoins. It's all about finding the Vitcoins. That's all I remember. Without double jump, though, it's like I can't even do any of the puzzles. Or, like, most of the more advanced ones. So it's like, I don't know. This is the game at native 4K, though. The game does look good at 4K. So we are running, just to show people the settings, graphics, DLSS 4. Oh, yeah, we are still on the 5090. So that is whatever. It doesn't matter because we're running the game at, well, we should be running the game at 4K native. I think. Where is that? Display. Yes, we're running the game at 3840 by 2160. 120 FPS. Technically, I guess we could go to 240. Let me see. Let me do that. There was a bug with the game, though. I don't know if they fixed that. There was a bug with the game. If you ran above 120 FPS, you would run into a problem. I forget exactly what the problem was. It happened to me, like, when I first loaded the game up. So then I, like, dropped the FPS to 120, and then the problem went away. So I don't know if they've patched that yet. There was an update to the game, but I didn't read the notes. So I guess, I don't know, I guess we could do this section. They fixed the bug. Okay. And the other thing too is, why can't I skip this? I don't know if I want to play through a long section like this. Because the stream is already like over 4 hours. This is the Infinite Nikki outfit. This one, the one that I'm wearing. I did unlock some of the outfits for the DLC. I mean, I rushed the ones that I could easily get because I knew exactly what to do. So, like, I don't have a lot of the costumes for Eve. I have basically... I've got Elegant. I've got the Elegant for the Infinite Nikki, plus the one that I'm wearing right now. And then I've also got the... I've got the 2B, so I can play as 2B. I've got that. I had to rush the hair guy to get the hair. So we got the 2B with the battle goggles. So we can do the whole 2B thing. I don't think I have the pod though. Do I have? I don't have pod, so that's why I don't want to play as 2B. Until I get pod, I don't feel like it. But anyway, I've got 2B. And then I've also got the A2. I remember I spent a lot of time running around as A2 on the PS5 Pro when I retested this game last fall. Yeah, I remember running around as A2. I might actually play through this as A2. In the original Assassin's Creed 3, if you go above 60, the horse carriages glitch out. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 had the exact same problem. Dark Souls 2, not Scholar of the First Sin, but Dark Souls 2 had a similar problem where it's like your weapon durability would like run out like twice as fast. Like you'd be in a boss fight and your weapon would literally break halfway into the fight because of the frame rate being doubled. So we got A2, but the costumes on that I didn't really spend too much time with on the PlayStation was the Infinite Nikki one. So like we got Elegant Dress. This one. I don't know what this game is. Is Infinite Nikki like a gacha game on? It's like a mobile game or something. Like I don't know anything about it. So we got this one too. See, I remember this. This is the part of the game where you're not allowed to use the sword, so you're stuck having to play the game like it's a shooter. I don't know if we're gonna go through this section like this, because this is gonna be long. The question is, am I gonna be able to get out? Yeah, she's gonna have to shoot enemies in this. Purification scanner. I guess we're not gonna run into them until like after this section. This is supposed to be the Resident Evil part of the game. Because they were kind of, I guess they were like inspired by Resident Evil and Dead Space when they did this. How am I gonna do this without double jump? I don't even remember how I'm supposed to do this without double jump. Am I supposed to go down? Oh, I'm supposed to, oh, okay. Has anybody done all of the Infinite Nikki DLC stuff in this game? I don't remember this part. All I remember is having to deal with these things. This is very Silent Hill style, these enemies. Oh wait, I didn't realize they come up behind me. The problem is the fire, like if you want to loot them, you gotta wait for the fire. So I'm using this one. Range attack power increased by 10%, increases the maximum capacity of all owned ammo, has a chance to recover ammo from successful hits when attacking enemies' weakness from a distance. And then this is actually not really useful here. Upon enemy's defeat, recovers. Yeah, that would be good. Because you can't really do any of the. I don't know if critical matters in this part of the game where everything's like ranged. Oh, range attack? Hold on. So instead of. I don't know if the max shield matters. We're going to do range. Range attack power up. I don't know if crit matters with ranged weapons. I don't even think attack speed works with range either, so it's probably just... is this all damage reduction? I don't know if any of this stuff matters. We'll just keep the crit rate. I don't think this matters, though. Melee damage, just damage reduction, I guess. Whatever. What, did I blow him up because I shot his backpack or something? I don't even remember. I don't even think I can switch. Like, I want to use different range. Let me see, do I have anything? I don't have any skills right now. This is to get more ammo. What the heck? Oh, I gotta like leap over that? Oh, I see. Hold on. I don't remember this level enough to be able to speed run through everything. What the? Oh, what the? Did I get the thing? Apparently, oh, there's one rando right there. I was like, I said I'm in combat, I don't see him. They got some Threadripper rack servers right there. Okay. I hear one of those Android things somewhere. I think it's like on the other side of the wall. Yeah, apparently this game is like Sony's most successful. It's like Sony's most successful like PC port ever, apparently, except for like I guess Helldivers 2. But I think Helldivers 2 was natively on PC from day one. Like apparently this game had more Steam concurrent players than like Ghost of Tsushima and Horizon Forbidden West and all those like Sony first party titles. Oh, they got the PlayStation stuff, see? What am I supposed to do? Oh, I have to follow a pattern? Triangles next. So I gotta go on triangle. And then triangle, then I gotta go to circle. Then I gotta go to X. Square. Triangle. Circle. And then what is it? X and square. Triangle. And what was it? Circle again? Triangle goes to circle. Oh dear. Why did I do that? I should not have glided. Oh, okay, so those that's what happens. Yeah, I know. What did I do? Oh. What was after triangle? Circle? Circle is X. That's how you know it's PlayStation. It's got the PlayStation color. Wait, what is this? For humans, for life? I don't think... Okay, do I need to get my health back? Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, yeah, I remember. You have to do the puzzle. I forgot. How do you have to shoot them to get them to move? This is like a Talos principle puzzle, if I remember. I'm trying to remember, like, what you have to do. You gotta, like, take this and rotate it or something. You have to, like, what is it? I guess this one. Go to the second floor? Am I supposed to go to the second floor of this? Of this? Oh, you're saying go up the ladder? Hold on. Am I a max? Okay. It makes that name. It makes that sound that. When you're having to push them back. I gotta set it up. Wow, I one shot all 3 of them. I hear a thing. I hear like one of those specials. I hear the upgrade. I hear like the... Is it in there? No, that's where I was. This is definitely like Resident Evil style. Or it's kind of like Dead Space. Dead Space and Resident Evil. For some reason, it's like I can hear... in the other room, I could hear like the android human thing that you can get power-ups, like max HP up and stuff. It's like I can kind of see like there's something else on the other side of the wall. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's just go. What's this? Drone upgrade. Oh, here we go. Lasers. Oh, I'm out of ammo? What the? Resident Evil. Oh, there's one more? I'm up to 25 on the ammo. I feel like there's gotta be an upgrade somewhere. Oh, we were over here already? It's like I could hear the sound of like you know what I'm talking about? Like those dead robots or humans or whatever they are that give you the upgrade. Okay, I need to make this thing hit here, so I need to rotate this. Oh, yeah. You don't want to break the chambers. There's enemies in there. So, hold on a second. Okay, I need to hit this thing. Okay, so that means there's like another one in one of those corners somewhere. This one. Because I wonder if there's an achievement for, like, not... Hold on. Do I need... Oh, I see. So they're gonna have to do... Isn't there... Oh, this one's stuck. This one can't be moved. Okay, I was gonna say, like, it would be way easy to just move it. There's another one here, but there's like some kind of invisible blaster shield, like in Phantom Menace, that prevented Obi-Wan from getting to Qui-Gon and Darth Maul. It's like, I don't know why this thing's here. I mean, different story. I don't know why it's here, but okay. So we will... Hold on, I gotta get the beam to go... like this? Man, this is gonna wake one of those things up. This is gonna fail. I'm gonna end up like... She's gonna have to take HP damage or something like... Hold up. I have a bad feeling about this. This is gonna wake up like everything. You don't have to use that? I don't have to use what? This? The one in the force field? Oh, I don't have to use it? What? Oh boy. Okay, hold on. I think that'll work. Oh boy. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, just do that for real quick. I need to get this thing. Hold on. I think this is... Maybe that's not the right angle, but let me see. There.
Yes.
Fusion cell. Get back my HP. Oh, what do they sell in this vending machine? Nothing. I don't have any of the other gun styles. I only have the regular gun. Oh, it literally resets it if you leave the room? Oh well, we don't really, we have the cells, so it's like we don't have to worry about this anymore. Upgrade the robot? Oh yeah, I got the drone upgrade. Yeah, good call. Oh, not this. Oh wait, I need to have the workbench, don't I? I don't have a workbench at this save. Hold on a second. What's the point of this thing? Why do they have this here if you don't need it? Is it for getting one of the cans? I can't remember. Oh well. This is like a Resident Evil version of like the Herta space station from Star Rail.
ここってもしかしてネイティブを研究するための施設だったのかな。それか。
その可能性は高そう。そもそも敵のことを知らないと相手に打ち勝つことなんてできない。ただここは何かの生産施設のようにも見える。
Oh, this one doesn't have one either. Oh well. Oh boy.
くそ、逃げ場がない。レーザーを武器ですり抜けてきたぞ。
Do they take damage in the thing? I need ammo, probably. Sick. Can I get out of here now? It says the elevator should work? Oh, okay. This one's got an ammo thing, but it doesn't have... It still doesn't have a place for me to upgrade my weapon. I barely took any damage there. Is there even a reason to rest here? Am I supposed to just shoot that thing? The heck? Does this have HP? I don't see it having HP. Oh, I'm supposed to shoot this thing. Hold up, give me more. Oh, I'm in combat. And I have no more ammo. I need to get the ammo. How do I get back up? Huh? I'm in combat. I can't call a stupid thing. You'll get ammo. I forgot like how much of the game you played through with just the initial ranged weapon without any of like the shotguns and all the other stuff. This is like, it's making me think of Romulus. Aliens Romulus. I don't know why. It's like, this has like nothing in common with that movie. I don't know why, for some reason I just thought of that movie. Alpha Mu Nu.
Yes.
Wait, was that all that there was over here? Is that literally all it was? There's more stuff, though. There's like all this stuff. Drone upgrade module. Man, there's like all this stuff. Man, I can't even get any of this ammo. I can't even use any of it. That looks like there's like a boss in there. That's the boss room. I remember that thing. Am I supposed to... Oh, I'm supposed to shoot the gold things. Dude, this is like, I guess this is the way to get up there, is to just dash.
け進もう。おお、厳重にロックされてる。きっと中にいいものがあるぞ。ドローンのハッキングツールで開けられるはずだ。そのためにはまずアップグレードしないとな。
I have 33 bullets. Okay. There's like a corpse over there. Why was it telling me what? Oh, I see. It's completely random. All right. Just trying to go too fast. Oh, finally a really good camp. Alright. Here's the one where I can actually upgrade the droid. Or the drone. What is this? Charge blaster rail. Attaches a charge blaster rail to the drone. Hold RT after selecting the blaster cell in range mode to charge energy. Oh, now I have all of them? Hacking tool. Attaches hacking tool. High security sealed chest can be opened. Oh, that was the... Yeah, that was the one that I couldn't do. Upgrades the slug. Slugs have 20% higher... Yes. Upgrade the damage. Attaches stinger pod. Maximum stingers. The stinger. Where's the shotgun? Shotgun attaches additional magazines. Shotgun shells can be fired in range mode. Yes. Up to 40 slugs. That gives me 5 more ammo capacity. What's this do? Upgrades the drone scanner. Duration scan. I don't need that right now. Attaches additional magazines. Explosive shells can be fired in range mode. Explosive shell. Shotgun shell. I wonder if I should just get the rockets. Hold RT. Oh yeah, this is the homing. Oh, that's stinger. Okay, that's good. Wait, how many do I have default, though? Stinger has 19. Shotgun has 15. The blaster is 4. Wait, hold on. Stinger is 19. So I could do 19. I can get like 5 more, and up to 5 stingers can be locked onto a target, fire simultaneously in range mode. It's either gonna be that or get 5 more of this. I think I'll just get the stinger upgrade. Man, I went from like nothing with range, and now it's like all of a sudden I've got like massive upgrades on range. Ridiculous. Okay, I can like get this very last thing. Recharges more beta enemy on a successful ambush or assault. Or I can get Recover some beta energy when an enemy is hit with a shockwave. I might actually get that one. Increases the amount of beta energy recharged with successful perfect parry. I might actually, well... What's this one do? After a perfect dodge, hold Y. Can be used upon... I don't do a lot of dodges. I tend to do perfect parry or just regular dodging. Makes it easier to use perfect dodge. Okay, you know what? Yes, get that. That helps the timing window. I think there's a boss up there, if I remember. Oh yes, this guy. Oh wait, I don't want to kill him with that. Just use Slugger. Not that it really matters. I can just reload. You know what's weird though? I haven't found. Is there an enemy in there? I haven't found any of those dead androids to get upgrades. Does this upgrade all the ammo? Oh, wait, hold on. This. Oh, I can actually get this now. Oh, that's good. 5 healing items now. 5 Estus Flask. There was that one thing that I couldn't open without the drone security. Wait, oh, this is the boss? The boss was up? Wait a minute, what? The boss is up, not down? I thought it was down. I thought I went down the ladder to get here, not up. So wait a minute, the boss is actually up the ladder? That means this is the way I came? There was a treasure chest. There was a treasure chest that I couldn't open. There was like something that he was like, oh, you need the drone. The drones. Oh, you need to upgrade the drone to do the hacking thing. Somewhere back here. Where was it? Oh, it was up here. Yeah, it was this. Yeah, extreme nano elements. Very good. Totally worth upgrading that. Okay, now I can go do the boss fight. And then we'll be done with the stream. So I did manage to play Stellar Blade after all. I'm at full health. Alright, let's go. Actually, let it save first. Let me save one more time. Okay. Alright, here we go, boss fight.
セルを提供してる。
I think if you do... Oh, how do I... I forgot how to get the bullets back. Oh, wait. I need to use shotgun? Oh, I saw the... I saw the thing proc for the, like, +1 on ammo. Oh, I didn't even realize it died that fast. Yeah, that's what I remember about this. This is like the regular default difficulty. This is not like easy mode or anything, but I remember the shooting sections of the game were relatively easy compared to the melee combat section. I didn't even notice the boss's HP bar. I assume it was on the screen. I didn't even notice it. Is there anything else in here? I think that was it. Oh, well, there was a weapon core in here. Okay, I think that was everything. Alright, let's go. I didn't find a single android to absorb.
ハイパーセルの保管状態は良さそう。
よし。扱いは慎重にな。じゃあ戻るか。こっちは外でポッドを待機させておくよ。
待って。なんでこんな場所にレガシーが？
レガシー？なんだそれは。
私たち空挺部隊が使う記録装置のこと。これで重要な情報を次の部隊に残すの。
なるほどな。だが空挺部隊は何をしにここまで来たんだ。
もしかしてアルファとかエルダーのことを何か知ってたのかも。
再生してみる。
第二次降下作戦より8日。記録3。レガシーアカウントレイブン。残る生存者はリプリーおよびアニス。アニスの容体は芳しくない。おそらくこのままでは長くは持たないはずだ。降下場所より 4.47 キロ地点でこの研究施設を発見した。見たところネイティブの研究施設と思われるが、施設は汚染されており正確なところはわからない。しかしながらデータを調べる中で驚くべき事実が判明した。我々が最終戦争と呼ぶ戦いの前に別の戦争があったようだ。このもう一つの戦争で人類は人類が作り出したアンドロイドと相対したのだ。その名もアンドロエイドス。自らの創造物に人類は敗れ去った。
I completely forgot to put the side panel back on the case. The whole time we've been playing through this game, the side panel was open or was like removed.
予期せぬ事態が起こり、それまでの戦況は一変した。人類が窮地へと立たされる中、ネイティブという正体不明の凶悪なクリーチャーが突如現れたのだ。ネイティブとの戦争により、アンドロエイドスは大きな痛手を負った。
Yeah, the androids. I didn't find a single android. I have a feeling there was one that I missed. In that whole area.
奴らの発生源をたどればエルダーネイティブも見つかるはずだ。これを見ている者にもマザースフィアの加護があらんこと。
In a recent interview, the developers, the developer, I guess I think was the main director of the game,
まさか
did say that they didn't have enough budget or they didn't have enough time to like actually fully show the story the way they wanted in this game. That's why the game's story seems very,
人類の歴史はいつ
I
だ
don't
って
know, like it's missing certain things.
最終戦争の前に別の戦争があっても不思議じゃない。
The supporting characters also seem kind of
私た
bland
ち
in
に
this
伝わって
game.
ないのはおかしい。レガシーを回収して
Like Adam and Adam and Lily.
テトラポッ
They're okay. They just
分かった外で待ってる
seem very generic. And you don't really learn too much about them. Like, there's not a whole lot. They just kind of like, they're just there. Oh, now their spaceship is there. Oh, we gotta return. Okay. Still don't have double jump.
必要なものがあれば言ってください。何かサポートい
Oh yes, weapon enhancement. Oh yeah, attack power increase 650. Attack power level, is that 5 or 6? I assume it's level 5.
よくやったなイブ。ザイオンへ帰ろう。さあ、乗った乗った。
Let's go back. What would have made this game and Final Fantasy 16 even better was if they had like more than just one playable character with different movesets. Like if Adam and Lily were playable, or if one of the other like androids like Eve was playable, I think this game would have been like top notch. It's okay the way it is. The game is good. I'm just like throwing out random ideas that, in my opinion, would have made the game even better. Because they are making a sequel. The Stellar Blade 2 is supposed to come out in 2027, for those that didn't know. Which is like 2 years away. Okay, I got that. So I now have... I've collected, what, 17 of these things out of 49? See, this is the thing that kind of like... I wish I could have just like imported my PlayStation 5 save file so I don't have to go and like find all this stuff again. But oh well. Because I feel like I just don't have that time to play this game again. Like all the way through. Because the same thing happened to me with Final Fantasy 16 on PC. Like I played fairly far into like late game in 16. We will definitely revisit that game because I want to see if the RTX 5090 can actually hit above 60 FPS at native 4K. But yeah, this game's easy to run. The 9070 XT can run this game at 4K native, no problem. What am I supposed to even do? Go to the oil storage facility in the... Oh, wait, no. Go to the presence chamber? Okay, well, anyway. I think this is a good place to stop the stream. Well, that was a look at Stellar Blade on PC. The game runs really, really well. All the content, like all the DLC content and stuff, I think it was included. I don't think you had to, like... Did you have to pay extra to get this? I don't even remember. Let me see. Oh, the deluxe. What is the deluxe pack? There was the deluxe pack on Steam. I don't even remember what was in there. I think that had other stuff. I don't think that had anything to do with Nier and Infinite Nikki. I think those things were... Are those DLC? I can't remember. Were they DLC? I don't know. All I know is I pre-ordered this game for the PC version like months ago, and I don't even remember like if it was. I assume maybe I do have the deluxe edition. Hold on. Oh yeah, I guess I do have the deluxe edition because, or the complete edition, whatever they call it. The complete edition, yeah. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, that's cool. They added some content. DLC. There's like the Nier thing that we looked at last year. There's the Infinite Nikki, which we didn't really get to show, although I am showing one of the costumes that you get from the Infinite Nikki. I have 2 of the Nier costumes and 2 of the Infinite Nikki costumes. But anyway, this is a good place to end the stream. It was way longer than I expected. I was only expecting to stream for like 3 hours max, and we're like a whole 2 hours over. But anyway, that was a great discussion earlier with the DDR5 memory. So I may have to make some more RAM related videos because the discussion this evening shows me that there's still a lot of like people still need more info regarding DDR5 RAM and how to set it up. So we'll look into that. We'll try to showcase, I don't know, maybe Gigabyte or ASRock or something. I haven't done Gigabyte in a while, so we'll probably look at them again. But anyway, guys, that's gonna be it for this stream. We will be back tomorrow evening with Tech Thursdays, so stay tuned for that. That won't be showing gameplay like this. That will strictly be devoted to discussing all things tech. So if you like that sort of thing, like if you like the discussion on what we did with DDR5 this evening, tune in to Tech Thursdays. Feel free to ask your questions, tech-related questions on anything PC, DIY, that sort of thing. And we will probably discuss, I don't know. I was going to talk about Threadripper because that's upcoming next month. But we may end up talking about DDR5 again. So stay tuned for that. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you guys next time. Till then, take care, and I will see you tomorrow on Tech Thursdays. Thanks.